PowerShell script. I need to create ARM template. I'm going to edit it. I'm going to close this. So the first thing is the script. I'm going to call this script stop trigger. So stop triggers. And then I need to choose my subscription. This is mine. Authorize. So basically this script is going, or this task is going to trigger, and it will stop all the triggers that they are running in the UAT environment. So once I authorized here, I need to choose the script path. If I open here, then here the script argument. I'm going to add this argument here. And basically what this argument is doing, here ARM template, in which, for which artifact, this is my artifact name, and in which environment, and then the template, the ARM template JSON file, and then I'm adding the resource group that I have it here because all my resources here are in DevOps resource group, and then the data factory name, which is my UAT, where I'm going to deployment. And here's the two parameters that I was talking about in the script: pre-deployment parameter and delete deployment. This is the pre-deployment parameter, so I'm keeping it as a true. And then delete deployment, it's false because I still didn't make any deployment. The deployment will be in the next step. So the delete deployment is false here. And then in the error action, if there is any error, I can stop, or I can continue, or I can silently continue without showing any error. Of course, if there is an error, I want to stop. I don't want to proceed with the deployment. Check first what's the error. Then here, I choose which PowerShell version. I'm using the latest installed version here, which is 5. This one is ready. Then we need to go to the ARM template. So choosing my subscription here. Then it's asking me what's the action that I want to do: create or update resource group or delete resource group. In our case, we are updating the resource group. Then I choose the resource group name, which is DevOps, the location, my resource group location. And then here comes the part for the template. The template location will be the linked artifact that I have it in my pipeline. Then it's asking me to choose the path for the template. As I mentioned before, we have two important files here. One of them is ARM template data factory, and the other one is for the parameters. So here, this is the one for the template. This is the one for the parameters. And then I need to write my script. I have it ready, of course, because of the time, but I'm going to explain here. So I'm here referring to the data factory name, which is demo UAT one, then the blob storage connection, and you can see here that I am retrieving the secret name, storage connection string, the key vault, and here I am referring to the key vault in the UAT environment, not in the dev environment. And then the third line, there is a missing line here that I need to add. It's Cosmos DB connection string again, and I'm retrieving the secret from the key vault for the UAT. So this is my script, it's ready. Just a second. Adding the script here without any space. Then choosing the deployment mode, if I want it incremental or complete. Complete means that it will delete all the data sets, all the pipelines, all the linked services, and create them from the beginning. Incremental, from basically it's going to detect if there is a changes in the pipeline or the data set, it will replace them. If there is no changes and there's only new linked services or new data sets, it will install them. So it's the incremental basically is saving time and resources and money, of course. And that's all for the RM deployment. Then I'm going to create another PowerShell script, but here I can clone this one, and I will put it after the RM deployment, and I will call it start trigger. And then here I'm going in the arguments, I'm going to change. It's not pre-deployment anymore. Yep. And delete deployment, I'm going to enable it as true. So it will clean the deployment after. It will clean the deployment package after deployed it in the UAT. And again, if there is an error, it will stop. So once I have here my tasks ready in the same sequence, they will run in the same sequence. I just need to save and go back to my releases. I can see that the pipeline is ready, the artifact and the stage. And what I need to do now, just to make changes and try to see how I'm going to push it from the dev environment to the UAT. So let's make some changes here. Let's just change a name or something. Convert CSV to RCO file, for example. Or changing the description. Source is storage account, for example. Okay, let's make it as 3 steps as we showed before in the diagram. So if I need to make change, I'm in real production environment, the first thing that I'm going to create is new branch. Just asking me to save the changes. I'm going to save. Now it's asking me what's the new branch name. Let's say that we have new fix in the code, so I will call it fix 1, for example, and I'm going to save. You will see here that it switched me automatically to fix 1 branch, and it all the pipelines and all the data sets from it. Then I'm going to make my changes here. I'm ready with my changes. I'm going to save it. Now, if I go to the repo, you will see that it detects that there is a new branch created and there is a changes inside, and it's showing me the changes. So what I need to do is to create a pull request to merge all these changes inside master. So I'm going to create a pull request. A description, for example. Here also I can specify if I need someone to review my changes and to approve it before making the pull request or no. And if I have working item in the board, for example, there is a task that assigned to me to make these changes, I can link it with the task from the board here. Once I'm ready, I'm just going to create it, checking if there is a conflict. No conflicts, everything is fine. I'm ready. Then complete. It's showing me here the merge type. We have 4 merge type basically, but we're not going deep details now. I'm going to use the default merge one. Now I'm ready with the merge. If I look here, I will see that I have master and I have ADF only, and my fix is already in the master here. And again here, if we move back to the dev environment and I click here, it is telling me that there is no fixed branch anymore because I already merged it. So it's asking me which branch should I use as a source. So I'm going to use the master. Once everything in the master now, and now I need to publish and to deploy to the UAT, I'm going to click publish. It's showing me the changes that are done. Publishing. Now, if I go to the pipeline, check my release. Yes, here it's still publishing. I still don't have any releases here. Generate the RM template. Now I should have 1 new release here. So I have my new release. Inside it, there is the new artifact with my last changes. If I click here, I can see what's the changes. Here, you can see that this is my change. The description has changed. This is the original one. And then once the artifact is ready, it's running the tasks that I have created. If I click into them, I can see here all the logs from the task. So first, it's stopping the trigger. Then it will go to deploy the ARM template. Then it's going to start the triggers again. Let's see here, we still don't have any pipelines. It stopped the trigger already. You can see here that if there are any running trigger, it's stopping them. Then it starts the ARM template deployment. The ARM deployment completed. Then now it's starting the triggers again in the UAT environment. So if I look here, everything's fine, successful. Now it's starting all the triggers for the pipelines, if there is a trigger. In our case, we don't have triggers, but it's checking anyway to see if there is a trigger that need to be run or no. Now, if I move to the UAT environment and I just refresh here, I'm going to see that I have my new pipeline, my datasets, and my linked services. And the most important here, if I open the key vault, I will see that it's sourcing from the UAT environment, not from the dev environment like the previous one. And here, if I check the pipeline, I will see here that my pipeline with the last changes, the description here, and it's ready. Here, finalizing the task. And basically, this was how to create a basic CI/CD pipeline for data factory deployment. Now I have my release. If I make another changes, I'm going to have another release. And what I was mentioning before, that if I discover that I have an issue, I can go to any of the releases with the changes that I want, and I can redeploy manually. So I can revert back to any changes that I need. So this was our demo. I hope it was useful for you. It was interesting, I hope so. And well, thank you so much for your attending, and have a great day. And of course, if you have any question, go ahead, feel free to ask.
Okay, so there's no questions available. Anyone from the attendees, do you have a question? Okay, thank you. Thank you for
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, and enjoy the other sessions. Have a good day.
Thanks.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making, fitness challenges, to missions, sunrises, and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own product with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff posts. Ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
Hey, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me now. So sorry for those technical issues. That's always kind of a drawback when you are running an online event. But anyway, I hope that everyone is here, so I will be able to actually share my screen, share my presentation, and basically talk about what we can do in terms of Azure Logic Apps and in terms of how to integrate your applications together with zero coding. I'm not sure that I have like a really good internet connection here, so yeah, just please bear with me. I hope that everything will work fine. Uh, yeah, sorry, it seems like I need to it seems like I need to restore this application again. Yeah, sorry, more technical issues from my side. Anyway, anyway, let's get started. So we already spent more or less 10 minutes on solving those technical issues. So it means that I will actually show the presentation, but I will talk only about the most important things. I hope you can see the slides now. So first of all, I would like to thank on behalf of myself as a speaker for all the sponsors that supporting SQL Saturday here and yeah, some more things appear. Let's get back to the slides. Let's get to the presentation. So let's talk a bit about serverless, because today what I will show you and what I will be talking about, that's the service called Azure Logic Apps and Azure Logic Apps. That's basically the serverless integration and orchestration and automation platform. So the idea here is, I will just skip a few slides, is that when you are using, let's say, the traditional approach, when you reserve, for example, the CPU, you need to reserve some RAM, some bandwidth and stuff like that for your server, and then you can run basically that application on your server. But the issue is that when you're working with reserved things, it basically means that you have this kind of a funnel. So you have your jobs, and if the amount of jobs, Okay, it seems like there was like an issue with the screen sharing. I hope you can see it now. We are actually on the second slide. I just kind of skipped a few slides to get to the most interesting parts. So as I was saying, when we're talking about the reserved instances, which reserve the CPU and RAM, and when we have a lot of jobs, we have this funnel. So that basically means that all those jobs will arrive, and if we don't have enough reserved capacity, those jobs will be just put into the queue and the execution will be delayed. But when we're talking about serverless in general, as a concept, that means that in a serverless, you will get your sources on demand, and you will and stuff. And on another part of the scale, you have your workers. So it means that the system always tries to balance, always tries to balance the scale. And if you will have more actually the center source of things will be executed in parallel with more or less the same, let's say, execution time for each and execution. Of course, in general can be done for automating some integration pipelines or for orchestrating something. There are kind of few key attributes. So first of all, you need to understand that they are stateless, and subsequent executions can run on different hosts. In addition to that, you need to understand that they need to be small, so start fast and finish fast, and also they need to implement kind of a single unit of work. So, and if we're talking about Azure Logic Apps in general, so what this service is about. First of all, the idea when Microsoft created that service in the first place, the idea was to create a platform to simplify the SaaS platforms or like SaaS applications integration. And it works like this. So your consumers, basically your different devices, different other applications that work on other platforms, they may connect to Azure App Service, and the Logic App is hosted on top of that app service, and it will work as a gateway, basically, to those SaaS applications that you may see on the right part. So in terms of connectors, I just want to highlight that here. So there are a lot, I mean, like the huge amount of connectors, and you will see that on a demo as well. The idea is that, for example, if I want to connect my application to any of those services, or even better, if I want to, for example, grab something, I don't know, like grab an email from my Office 365 or from my Google Mail account, and then look for, I don't know, attachments of some specific types or with some specific names. And then if there are any, I will, for example, put them in a Dropbox and I will send myself a text message, something like that. So basically, any kind of crazy integration or orchestration pipelines that you can imagine between all those systems, you will be able to implement them with Azure Logic Apps without literally zero coding. And that's actually why I like it. And especially I like it, I don't know actually how you guys, but I'm not a big, let's say, enthusiast of an ACP platform. And this is not because the ACP platform is bad. No, the ACP is actually really cool. But the idea is that the ACP itself is quite complicated. So it means that when I need to connect to ACP and grab some data, that's much more easier for me to do that with the Logic Apps rather than, let's say, checking the manuals, checking the documentation for the ACP API and stuff like that. And this is one of the benefits of this solution in general. So let's talk a bit about the integration, automation, and the orchestration before we will actually jump to the demo. So what I was saying a few times already, so no code designer, you will basically create your application, your logic apps in no code designer. So it will actually kind of lower basically that bar for you. You can start working with those even if you don't have any, let's say, experience in development in general at all. So then thousands of pre-built templates to get started. That's always good to have. Out-of-the-box support for the popular SaaS and on-premise apps. That's what I was showing to you on a previous slide with the connectors. If you need to add some customization, you can always say, okay, for example, I need to run this extra business logic. For some reason, I cannot implement that with the existing connectors and actions. So you can always be able to call any other external third-party API and integrate your custom logic in that way. And also, if you're familiar with the solution called BizTalk, then you can also use the BizTalk APIs as well. So in terms of theory, that was it. So we have 40 minutes left. Let's actually switch to the demo and show how it works in real life. So here am I on my Azure portal, and I will, together with you, right now in this session, I will create the logic app and I will show to you how it actually works. So let me first talk a bit about the context of this logic app. So what we will be actually creating here. We will create an app that will synchronize two different calendars. So it seems like a super easy task, but let me just elaborate a bit more on the business case itself. So I have my personal like calendar, let's say, which I can easily share with my family because that's fine. But in addition to that, I also may have like a work or like the calendar that I use basically as a part of the company that I'm currently employed. So the idea is that I may have some private events that I don't really want to share with everyone in my company. That may be something like a doctor's appointment or something like that. And I want to have this synchronization that as soon as I will receive or as soon as I will create or receive by email to my personal account that invitation for the event for something like a doctor's appointment, as I was saying, which is kind of a private thing, I want to also put a corresponding blocker in my work calendar. So that's basically the idea. And I will show to you how it can be implemented with the logic apps. So what we have here, I created my calendar sync logic app here. That's super easy. You go to the portal called create logic app, just fill the name, and that's everything that you need to know about it. So now let's actually create it. Let's actually create the pipeline itself. So as you can see, there are a bunch of different templates, but we will start with the blank logic app because I want to show you how easy it can be done. So what I'm doing here, the logic app, it consists of, let's say, two different parts, if we may say that. So the first part is called trigger, and the second part is basically list of actions. So it means that we need to always create a trigger so the platform will actually know when to run this application. And as you can see in my recent actions, I do have an Outlook 365 connector, but let me just for a moment switch to all, so you will be able to see, like the list of all the potential platforms, all the potential actions that you can use for your triggers. There are a huge amount of those, and even more for the actions themselves. But anyway, let's start with Office 365 Outlook. And as I was saying, so I need to be triggered by the event, which will be the calendar event creation. So what I have here, I have when a new event is created trigger. Awesome. I will use this one. And now I need to connect basically this trigger to my Office 365 account. So I will sign in, and probably you cannot see it here, so I'll move it on the screen. As you can see, I have two accounts here, so I will connect this trigger to my private account, I mean like to my personal account. I already have all the security tokens, so that's fine. So what I also, let me just check one thing here. Let me just try to create a new trigger because because the idea here is that I need to actually trigger this application. I was a bit mistaken in the beginning. I need to trigger this application not only when a new event is created, because it also may be that then I will update that event. For example, I will change the time, or I can delete it entirely. So technically, what we need to use here is this trigger when an event is added, updated, or deleted, because I will need to perform the corresponding actions in my second calendar. It's automatically picked up that previous connection that we created, so it will not ask me to sign in again, which is cool. As you can see, those are the calendars that I have here, and the calendar that I will use for this demo is called All Stars Demo. So here I can also configure basically the time period kind of back, and like from the current time back and from the current time forward to check those events. So let's say that I'm interested in 2 weeks forward and 2 weeks back. Okay, so this is my trigger. What is also cool about that is that in general, you may not be experienced, like with the logic apps, because that can be the first logic app that you are creating. So that is why you can always click here and click on Learn More. And it will automatically open the exact help page on the Microsoft documentation website. So this is also kind of a cool feature to have. Anyway, so now we define our trigger. So now we can define, now we can proceed with defining our actions. Why I was actually doing that? Because the idea is that, as you can see, this is my trigger, and it will return this action type. So I can click here again, and within that action type, that will be the action type property, which will be either added, updated, or deleted. And that will be the first thing that I will implement here. So let's talk about the flow itself. So if this is the new event, so if event is added, then what I need to do, I need to create a new event in other calendar. If this event is either updated or deleted, I need to modify it correspondingly, but I also need to, first of all, kind of find that event somehow by ID, name, whatever. So we'll get back to that. I was telling you that before, the first thing that I want to do as a part of my actions, and again, let me show you first the actions that I have here. So those are the categories of those actions. And I'm basically scrolling and I'm scrolling, and as I was saying, those are only the categories. But for now, I want to use the category called control, and I will use a simple condition here. So I will check if the value, and as you can see, when I put my cursor here, it will basically try to populate it with all the kind of values that potentially I may want to use, all those properties that I received from my trigger or any other actions which are above in this flow. So what I was trying to, that was action type. Yeah, that was action type. And I want to compare my action type to edit. I will just copy it from here. Okay, so if it's added, then what I need to do, I need to add another event in my second calendar. So add an action. Again, because both calendars, my personal and my work calendar, are on two different accounts of Office 365. So use Office 365 again, and here event, and here create event. As you can see, in this case, for create event, we have create event v4 and we have create event v3. The idea, oh sorry, that's get actually. But anyway, I mean, like for some of those tasks we have like v4, for some v2, for some v3. That's fine. So I will always encourage you, in case there are few implementations of that, because Microsoft usually do that during the transition periods. I will always encourage you to use the last one. So create event. The trick here is now we need to change the connection. So I will click change connection here, because I don't need to create a new event at my personal account. I need to create it in my workplace account. So add new, and again, I will move this one here. So it asks me to sign in, but now I will sign into my work account. And the calendar here called All Stars Demo Target. Okay, now I need to actually fill the properties of my event. First of all, subject. So the subject will be private. Yep, let's just put a constant there. I don't want to specify is it doctor or I need to take my kids from the school or something like that. Just private. Then start time and end time. I will put the corresponding things, start time and end time. Okay, now the time zone, because yeah, those may be also in the different time zones. So as you can see, I can put a kind of use body, and I would like to use is reminder on. So for body, let's just private event. Must attend, something like that. Yeah, if someone wants to kind of check in my work calendar why he cannot put a call with me on that particular time, let's just kind of provide some more or less general description that here we're talking about the private event which I must attend. And I don't want to create a reminder, because the original reminder will be created in my source calendar. And that's cool. So now before I will kind of run this app, I can actually save it even right now. That's not a problem. Let's talk a bit more about what will happen. What will happen if we will need to create that, like if we need to update or delete that event. Action. And again, that will be the Outlook action. And here, well, first of all, actually, before we can do that, we need to add one more if, one more condition. For this condition, we will again choose action type, and I will get to my help page and update. Okay, so here I need to actually update something. The trick is that if I will go here and update even version 4, that's cool. And I can easily pick the calendar, which is All Stars Demo Target, but it's asking me for the ID. So this is the trick part. As I was saying before, those applications, they are completely stateless. So as soon as you created the first event in the original calendar, if you want to update it, now you need somehow somehow to choose the exact event in my target calendar to update. And as you remember, when we were creating this event here, we were basically removing everything. I mean, like all the private information except the date. What you can do, technically, you can try to query that other calendar, and technically in that other calendar, you can say that let's try to find the event with the name private, which starts at this time and ends at that time. But I also like to implement actually, I also want to show you how to implement that in a different way, which I prefer most. So you'll probably remember that I also created a storage account. So what I will do here, I will add one more action, and I will use the Azure Blob Storage action, and I will create a blob. So I will name my connection something like SQL Plovdiv 2020. And here I do have a storage account which is called calendar sync. In my resource group SQL set. So what I can do now, I can first of all choose the folder path, and as you can see, I have a folder called links. I created that again before the demo. And now what I will do, I will use the ID of the original event in my source calendar. And as you can see, I will put ID here. And as you can see, I have two of those IDs. So I can either choose this ID, which I will get from create event v4 action, but I don't need it because this is the ID of my target event. And this one, when event is added, updated, or deleted, that's the ID of my source event. So I will use ID, and what I can do here as well, I can do something like that, id.txt. So I will basically put a text file to my storage, and the name of that file will be the ID of my source event. And now the blob content, so actually the text of the file, it will be of my target event. So what I can do next, I can go back here. I can go back here, and I can say that I would at the bottom, but just bear with me. I will again use Azure Blob Storage, but now I will use what was get blob content, this one. So I will use get blob content, and the trick is that I can actually move it. I can drag and drop it. Oh, okay, let me try like this. Yeah. I can move. Just realize that for this condition, for both cases, updated and deleted, I still need to have that ID of the original event. And now I need to specify the path to my blob. So as I was showing, I can actually use, in case I need to take the specific file, I can use this links here, and then I can actually go and check what I have there. But because we need to do that dynamically, so that will be links / and now we need to put the ID of our source event. Oh, come on. ID of our source event, and now .txt. So in that case, in our get blob content results, we'll have the ID event. So now what we can do, we can get back to this one. And here for the ID, as you can see from the get blob content, I subject, and here I will type again. So I will use private. I will use now my new start time, potentially, my new end time, potentially, and here, potentially, my new time zone. Okay. And again, what I want to have, I want to have body still set to no and private event must attend. Okay, so now let's finish with this part and let's create one more action here. And that will be an event again. And in case the event was deleted in the source calendar, we can delete it here as well. So that will be the calendar, and the ID is file content. And in addition to that, if the event was deleted in the source calendar, I also want to delete the blob. So delete blob. Okay, and the exact blob will be again as here, links id dot txt. Okay, so now it seems like we kind of programmed everything in terms of our flow. So let's save it. And okay, it was saved. Now I can exit the designer. And as you can see here at the bottom, I have my run history. And currently, my run history is basically empty. But I also have those two things here. So on the left side, you see my source calendar, my personal calendar. On the right side, you see my work calendar. So let's say that I want to add a new event. So let me just add an event here. And I will add a SQLSaturday session. Okay, let's just wait. It should appear on the right side momentarily. Yep, as you can see, the event appeared here. So let's open it. What we have here, we have the same time zone. We have private event must attend. And if I will edit it, remind me never. So let's try the other things. Let's try to move. Oh, sorry. Let's try to move this event. Let's move it to like 15:00, like 3 p.m. And again, as you can see on the right side, it was moved as well. And now what we can do, we can delete it from the source calendar, and it will be deleted from the target calendar as well, just in a moment. Yep, as you can see, it was deleted from the target calendar as well. So this is actually the big idea. This is actually how you can create those logic apps and how you can integrate all those different systems together. So let's check a few other things. Yeah, so as I was saying, if I will hit refresh on my Azure portal, I see this history of successful runs. And what I also like about that is that in case of an issue, in case some of those will say that they failed, I can open an execution. And what it will show me, I opened the second one. The second one was the update. It basically showing me the exact flow. So as you can see, it was this trigger was triggered. Then from the condition, it went to the right side, and then on this condition, I will expand it as well. It went on the left side, and for each and every, for example, if I will open the trigger, in input area, you can see basically what was the input data. So what was the actual kind of a thing that triggered that. And here at the output, you can check, let me probably show the row output, it should be easier. Yeah, so we can see some headers, but then within the body, we can actually see the details for that trigger. So action type equals updated, for example, subject SQLSaturday session, and stuff like that. So all the details about that original event is here. So I can easily kind of, I will not say debug, but I mean, like, if I need to investigate why something is not performing as expected, I can go there, I can check it, and that's a relatively easy process. So now let's say that I was playing with this thing on my local subscription or something like that, and now I need to move that to production. So if you created kind of a complicated flow, that can be really tricky for you to move that to production, because as a kind of as a UI tool, that's always easy to, you know, like start working with, but then when you to replicate the same on another server, that may be an issue for you. But in this case, what you can do, as you can see here for my logic app, I have a logic app code view. So if I will open this one, it will actually open the JSON file, which is describing this particular logic app. So what you will need to do, you just need to grab this file and copy it to another place. So everything will be in one file. And this is awesome. And as you can see, you can even edit this file here. So I can add something like that, and then I will just need to click save on top, and that's it. So it means that you go to your target subscription, you're creating an empty logic app. For that empty logic app, you're opening this code view, and then you can just paste all the automation here. Another thing that I also want you to show, because we still have like more or less 15 minutes left of this session, I want to show you another example. So this was more about the integration, but I want to show you another example that I implemented as a part of my, let's say, DevOps practices in one of the projects. So of course, this is not the production part of it. This is more kind of a concept that I created, because I cannot share the production data for that project. But anyway, so a few things about the context of this application of this DevOps practice. So the trick was that we had like a huge system, and for that system, we covered literally like everything with the API integration tests. And at some point, we became kind of, you know, a victim of our own success. And those API tests, they were running like they were running like tremendous amount of time. So the thing is that when we basically kind of submitted a new pull request, we try to spin it up on a new environment, and on that new environment, that was a mandatory that we need to run all the integration tests before the pull request can be accepted. The issue with that, as I was saying, was that those tests, they may kind of run for like an hour or even more, and then you are just sitting there waiting for those to complete. So we decided to implement this concept when we scale not only the environment, but we're also scaling the hosts which are running them, the API tests themselves. And then as soon as we scaled all the hosts, the idea was to grab all the results and bring them back to our tool, basically bring them back to the tool that we use to automate CI/CD pipelines. And for that, everything was Dockerized in that project. So for that, both the application itself and also the parts of the tests were all in Docker containers. So let me start with this one. So the first logic app that I want you to show, that's called the provision logic app. So this logic app basically provisions everything. So as you can see, the trigger for this logic app, that will be a new message in a queue. And then I'm just parsing that message. And because that message is in a text format, so I need to parse that JSON to the actual object. So that will be easier for me to work with that in the future. Then I'm basically setting a bunch of variables, because that's another thing that you can do in logic apps as well. You can define your variables. As you probably remember, in the previous logic app I was showing you, for example, yeah, I actually have it open here. So for example, where we can introduce the variable to optimize on that flow is that, as you can see, create blob here, we're basically using the same pattern, the same path. It's links and id.txt. The same as we have here, links, id.txt, and the same that we're using in our delete blob action. So technically, we can create one variable, put link slash id.txt into that variable, and then just reuse it across all the places. But anyway, I did that just to simplify a few things. And then what I have here, I have my for each loop. And why I'm showing you that, because as a part of that JSON task that I received from the queue, there were like a set of instructions how many containers I need to create, and which those containers should be, and which exact commands I should run within each and every container. So that is why I'm iterating through the instances, and in this case, instances is they are, as I was saying, those containers, and then I'm using a task which is called create container group. So I will create a container group, and I provide a bunch of things here. I also want to show you here. Let me just scroll to that. Yeah. What I also container volume mount command here. So in addition to running the container itself, I'm also creating, or actually I've created an Azure file storage before, and I'm on that Azure file storage, I'm actually creating a folder, and from that container, I'm grabbing all the results from those test runs. I'm basically grabbing them as a text output, and then those text, and yeah, and then I'm incrementing the variable, and I'm doing that because I have my second logic app, which I will show you momentarily for this automation. And that second logic app, again, because they are all completely stateless, the second logic app needs to understand how many files we should expect to be in that file share. It can be, for example, either 5 files or 10 files or whatever. And in addition to that, why I'm actually doing that, because I always need to introduce kind of a timeout. So in that case, my second logic either 20 minutes or for this amount of files to appear. For example, I can wait for 5 files to appear on my file share or 20 minutes. Which one comes first? Then I'm composing that task. So I'm saying you need to wait for this amount of files to appear in this folder under this path. And then I'm just sending, I'm putting this composed message to the queue. to send it to my second logic app, and I'm deleting the original message which triggered this logic app, because I don't want to run it again. I already created everything. Let me show you the process logic app. So this part, this logic app, it just processes the waiting, kind of, if we can put it like that. So it runs in a kind of an very, very interesting thing. But the idea is that, as I was saying, we're checking if files ready is equals to count, and then if yes, and here again, just as an example, as soon as we've kind of reached that count, I will just grab all my files and I will just send them over the email. As I was saying, this is the concept. So on a real production implementation, that was a bit different, but it's much easier to demonstrate rather than kind of set up and also the whole CI/CD pipeline as well. And then I'm written the message, and here I am explicitly calling the ACI cleanup task. And the ACI cleanup, I'm sorry, not the task, I meant to say the ACI cleanup Azure Logic app. Logic app, it's basically removing all those resources. So, okay, some issues here with my connection strings, so I will probably be unable to show that. But the idea is it's just iterating through all the containers that I created for that particular task, and it's iterating through all of them because technically, yeah, the environment can scale, but if you will not clean up, those resources that you requested, you will end up with basically having a huge mess. And that's, believe me, not fun at all when you need to kind of handle that huge mess, even if you're using solutions like Kubernetes and such. But anyway, this is not the main topic of this session. The main topic was to show you the Azure Logic apps. It was to show you basically that with the Azure Logic apps, you can create really fast those integration flows. And also in this final demo, I showed to you that the Azure Logic, you can use them not only to integration, you can also use them for the orchestration and for automation of basically any potential processes, like a business processes that you may have in your organization. So in general, that's it. So yeah, we cannot hear you. That was a message 30 minutes ago. That's interesting, but oh, okay. Anyway, so one question that we have in a chat is that, is there a trigger for Databricks job? I honestly don't know, but what we can do, we can actually find out. So let's do that. I will go to the dashboard and I will create a new logic app. And we will just see. West Europe Resource Group. This one. And yeah, something like that. Create. Yeah, and actually that question, it actually I kind of want to highlight if you need, for example, so as I was showing to you, you can use the logic apps to integrate all those solutions. And for example, one of the ways how you project as well. So we were processing with the logic apps the inbound CSV files. So let's say that we need to receive an update of a data from now from our partner email. So on a daily basis, they're sending us a CSV file, and our job was to grab that CSV file and basically update a few corresponding tables in the databases. And in general, as I was saying, that approach works more than fine, but you always need to understand that it works fine if your CSV file is relatively small, you know? So if it's just like 1 or 2 megabytes or something like that, in that case, it will work perfect. In case you want to upload a file which may be like 100 megabytes or something like that, then technically, yeah, you can try to kind of process it with the logic app, but what I can say for sure that you will definitely wait maybe like for a few days for that file to be processed with the logic app. So the logic app works great, but it works great only for like those small, let's say, atomic actions. If you want to do some kind of a data upload, something which is looks more like an ETL scenario, then try to find another solution, because the logic app in that case will fail. So I created a new logic app, and let's check what we have here for Databricks. No, okay, maybe the name of the category. Let me try to use bricks. No. Yeah, it seems like there are no kind of a trigger for the Databricks, so sorry. Yeah, another question is, can you please share the Git repo for this? Yeah, I'm actually, to be honest, I don't have them in my Git repo, but I will definitely do the following. I will grab the presentation and I will grab those examples. I will export them as those JSON files that I was showing to you before in this code view. Yep, I'll do that, and I will just upload them as a materials for this session. So you can expect that today or probably tomorrow you will be able to find those on a SQLSaturday Plovdiv website. And on that, I'm run out of time. So guys, if you have more questions, again, you can ask them in a chat, but I also want to show you the title slide of my presentation again. And the reason for that is because what I have here I have my email address. So if you were unable to ask your question in a chat, feel free to drop me an email. I can speak 3 languages. That will be the English, of course, because we're speaking English now. In addition to that, that will be Ukrainian and Russian. So if one of those is more familiar to you, feel free to use any. And yeah, feel free to drop me an email, and I will be glad to chat about the Azure, the logic apps, and the technology things in general. And again, thanks for attending my session. And again, sorry for those technical issues that were experiencing at the beginning. I'm really happy that the SQLSaturday team actually helped me to solve those issues as fast as possible. And at the end, we were still able to have this session. So have a good rest of the conference and hope to see you soon, especially offline. Bye.
Thank you, Boyko. Okay, now we have a lunch break. We'll continue after 20 minutes.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournaments, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialize with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Denis Reznik. Welcome to SQLSaturday Plovdiv. And today we'll talk about the query execution, why it can be slow, and how we should fix it. Okay. Here are our awesome sponsors of the conference. Usually when it's offline, I ask attendees to say thank you to them, greet them, and without them, this conference will not happen. A few words about me. My name is Denis Reznik. I live and work in Kyiv, Ukraine. I work in a company up as a data architect of Microsoft Data Platform MVP. I'm co-founder of Ukrainian Data Community Kyiv, and some time ago I wrote one chapter for SQL Server and Deep Dives 2 book. Now our agenda. We will talk about query execution time and the parts of it, how our query executed, and from which part the execution time consists of. Then we'll talk about slow queries and optimization algorithm, how we can go into the query and find the slow parts of it and optimize the parts. And in this algorithm, we will check for first level root causes and second level root causes. And when we will find the real root cause of the query slowness, we will try to optimize it. This is the query execution time. This is our duration, or you can see in SQL Server also the name elapsed time. Duration or elapsed time, it means the whole query execution time. This time divided into two parts. First part is CPU time, when the query is actually executing and spending processor time. And second is wait time, when the query is waiting for some resource. So, and this can be considered as a first level root cause of query slowness. Next, wait time can consist of several types of waits. We'll check some popular ones. And anyway, we need to find the real wait type, what the query is waiting for. CPU time consists of two parts. First part is compilation time. Second part is actual execution time. Okay. Now let's talk about how SQL Server use CPU for query execution. There is a queue which is called runnable queue in SQL Server, and SQL Server took queries from this queue and starts executing. So when query came to the processor, SQL Server is executing this query, and the time quantum for each execution is 4 milliseconds. If the query finished before 4 milliseconds, processor take another query from the queue. If query is not finished in 4 milliseconds, SQL Server put this query back to the end of the runnable queue and take the first query from the queue. So in this concept called cooperative multitasking, and it's usually used in databases. Approach, SQL Server is not vulnerable to situation when single query can take the whole process for a long time. So even if queries, it will yield each 4 milliseconds, and other queries will have enough time to execute. Okay. Next, when we're coming to SQL Server to the query execution, SQL Server creates a few levels of abstractions, and all these objects which you see on this picture, we can monitor through dynamic management views inside SQL Server. So connection opened, session created, and then request created. Request is actually our query with its execution statistics. You can find in the VM exec request CPU time, elapsed time, wait time, type, what is query waiting for, and so on. And this is the starting point of the optimization. Then you can go back to the session connection to get more details about the query, or go to the next level for the tasks, schedulers, and other objects. So for each request, SQL Server creates one or several tasks. If query is parallel, it will be several tasks. If query is not parallel, there will be a single task. For each task, SQL Server gives a thread from thread pool. This thread is also called worker. Worker can be in 3 states running, which means the query got all the resources and CPU and executing right now. Second state is suspended. This is actual wait time, because in suspended state, query is waiting for some resource. It can be log, it can be writing into transaction log, and it can be taking data from disk to memory, and so on. And third state is runnable, when the query obtained all resources and is waiting for free scheduler, for free CPU to start executing. And for each logical CPU, SQL Server has an abstraction side which is called scheduler. So actually, scheduler is taking the tasks, taking workers, and start executing it. Okay, first demo: high CPU, high duration. Here's our query. I will use database Stack Overflow and will take data from the table users. Let me show you it. Well, it's pretty simple. This is dump of Stack Overflow, first years. Okay, this is our query. Let's check its performance. And performance, as you see, is not so good. For each query, let me show you this. I set this option in Management Studio, but so it's applied to every query in my Management Studio. But I set these 2 options, set statistics time and set statistics IO. They will be very helpful in the query optimization. So with these settings, I have the following statistics about logical reads. This is IO statistics, and about the time. And for time, you see that CPU time is almost the same as execution time. In this case, it means that the query is heavy by itself, and the query is executing all this time. So from the picture I showed you at the beginning of presentation, we need to concentrate on the execution time. And this query can be optimized very much. So now we are optimizing the execution time. Let's check the execution plan. We have index scan for index user location. And we are filtering a lot of rows. So there are about 20 or 30 millions in the table, and we are scanning all the rows to get 5,000 results and check what we can do here. First of all, I see the function. This is color function. Let me check it here. Get date. And you see that this function is actually return, it's cutting down the time part. And probably we can optimize it and replace it with system function. Cast creation date as date, and this should work. In this case, SQL Server is able to parallel the query. The scalar function prevents SQL Server from parallelizing the query. And you see that execution time right now got down to 400 milliseconds. That's pretty good, but we still have an index scan. What we can do with this? we have predicate like lower Ukraine. We're searching all the users who live in Ukraine. And that's interesting because you see that for mostly all records, well, let's say it's for all records, Ukraine is at the end of the string. Yes. And probably we can do it this way. Also, I know that my column, I will show you users table, but it's also works for column. Okay. So this is my column location, which I'm searching. And you see that it has collation case sensitive, which means that case is not making, when we compare strings, we compare it without case differences. So we can just remove this lower. Oops. Okay, wildcard should be at the beginning. And we can remove over here. And the query will still work the same. Now, let's check the performance. Performance is a bit better. Right now, execution time is 300 milliseconds, but we still have this index scan. So, when we have predicate like this, we can't do a lot. But if we have wildcard from one side, we can do something with this. And let me show how we can use index for this query. I have created a column, calculated column, location reverse the location column. And now I can create index on this. It's already here. You see, location reverse. It includes also reputation and creation date. This is my query. Yeah. Now I can change my predicate like this. And it should use our new index. Let's check the execution time. Execution time is almost the same. And we still have index scan. So what's going on? We have, in the index, we have location reverse, we have creation date and reputation, and also ID as a clustered index key. But we don't have location field there. So we can change our query like this. And now it should be fast. The CPU time 31 milliseconds, the elapsed time is 135 milliseconds. And we use index tick on our location reverse index. So this is good. We optimized our query more than 10 times. But first, you remember that our first approach was to check the execution statistics. CPU time and elapsed time were both high. That means the query slowness is in the execution part. And then we optimize the execution. So this is first level root cause. And these optimizations we did after this, I called second level root causes. Okay. Let's go to the next examples. Second demo. There can be another example of the query execution. This query is pretty slow. It will take about 5 seconds to execute. Yeah, I will show this query a bit later. Now we're going to the execution statistics, and we see the following picture. So you saw that query was executing for 5 seconds, yes? But here we see that query execution time is 400 milliseconds, and actual CPU time spent is 94 milliseconds. And this means that the slowness of this query is not in the execution part of the query. And optimizing the query itself will optimize just this part. So the real slowness is here, SQL Server parsing compile time. This query is very big, very massive, and SQL Server is taking a lot of time to build the query plan. And for such kind of queries, we should not concentrate on the execution on the query plan, but rather we should optimize, we should simplify the query. We should make it smaller, maybe find another approach. But first of all, we need to find first level root cause. And this first level root cause is compilation. Then we're working with this to optimize and simplifying the query. Usually this is happening for big, massive queries, which have big query text. But it's very important to concentrate on this part, but not on this part for such queries optimizations. Okay, back to the presentation. And now we will talk about the second. Let's check few very frequent, very popular ways. First one is logs. So let's say we have a table users and we run the following query. So let's start from users when like K. SQL Server puts shared log on the third row and starts executing the query. Then second query came, which tried to update users. The same row with number with ID 3. SQL Server is trying to put exclusive log there, but it can't. So SQL Server sent this MX, which means that this query is waiting for a resource to put the exclusive log on that row. And SQL Server code written in that way, that query can't go to the suspended queue without writing information about the wait. So if the query is in suspended queue, you will always see the wait type, the resource which is query waiting for. First query finished, shared log released, and update and put in that row. The query came to the runnable queue. Then the query is waiting for the free scheduler to execute it. And after query execution, exclusive log released. This is the full life cycle of the log and the waits. Okay. Second pretty frequent wait called page ILH. When we're running the query, select stuff from users with a name like P. SQL Server starts executing this query. We're going through the index. We're finding the actual page, which we need to scan to get that rows. And if that page is not in the memory, SQL Server needs to take it from the disk. Yes. This is operation, and there can be a lot of such kind of physical reads in the query. So SQL Server tries to not waste CPU resources in this situation and put the query into the suspended queue with the weight type HIOH. So when the memory filled with this page, SQL Server take this query from suspended queue to the runnable queue and is waiting for the free schedulers to start execution. That's page IOH waits. Next one, SOS scheduler yield wait. This one is a bit different because query is not coming to the suspended queue. But if query is not finishing in 4 milliseconds, SQL Server put it back to the runnable queue. And this time, there after yield tracked in SQL Server with SOS scheduler yield. If you see a lot of SOS scheduler yield in your system, that means that maybe not there will be always a lot of waits, SOS scheduler yield, but if the overage time is high, that probably means that you don't have enough CPU in your system. Okay. Next one, thread pool wait. This one is a bit different. When we're opening connection and trying to get the pool from the thread pool for our query execution, it can be a situation that all threads are busy now and we can't get the pool from the thread pool. This query will not start, and you will get the connection timeout error in your application. On SQL Server side, such kind of situation can be tracked with a thread pool wait. So the query is waiting at the beginning to get the thread pool for its execution. Okay. And now we will check few situations with waits. I will use the same database, Stack Overflow, and we'll select some data from table users. The query is pretty simple, but you see that it's taking some significant time to execute. Okay, now we can go to the messages, and you see that CPU time is pretty small, just 2 seconds, but duration is almost 17 seconds. In this case, this means that all optimizations we will apply to this query will optimize this part. But we need to optimize this part. We need to optimize the weights. So first of all, we need to understand what is the weight here. Starting from SQL Server 2016, we can see this information in the query plan and also in the following view. Session weight starts. Session ID equal 86. This is our session 86. Let's check. So you see that this query waited in page IOH for almost 1 second and more than 15 seconds in the wait type. And this is the explanation in Async Network I/O. The root cause of Async Network I/O waits can be network latency, but usually it's not network latency. When we are querying SQL Server sends data back to the application with some batches. Yes. And application can be written in the following way. Like we have some command, we open a connection, we start reading data, and then between each read, we do some logic. we're rendering results, we're calculating some counters there. We're doing something, but we're not reading as fast as possible. Yes. In this case, SQL Server, for each batch he sent to the application, then SQL Server waited for the next request for the next portion of data. And while SQL Server is waiting, it puts the query into the suspended queue to not waste CPU resources. Once application will be ready to get another portion of data, SQL Server will put this query back to the runnable queue, and then we'll start executing and sending the next batch of data to the client. And this is the most probable reason of async network I/O. For my case, the query is just reading a lot of data. My client is Management Studio, and Management Studio is rendering results, 1 million results, which is pretty heavy. Yes. And what kind of optimizations can be done here? If this is the application, we need to review the application logic that is reading data as fast as possible. Well, probably we should troubleshoot network latency, if we have network latency or not. And maybe we should consider reading not so big amount of data, if it's possible, like use paging to render 10 or 20 results at the application at one time. This will reduce network I/O. In Management Studio, I use this approach to test the query's execution without waiting for the results. Yes, but we can use the option discard results after execution. This will give me full execution statistics, but without network I/O waits, because we're not rendering the results in Management Studio. Okay. If you have any questions, please put them in chat. I will answer them after each chapter. And of course, at the end, we'll have about 5-10 minutes for your questions. Okay, and next demo about the weights. Let me open this. I will run some query in the background, and now I will run my query here. Let me run it with the execution plan. Okay, and the query finished. We see a big execution plan, and we can probably dive into it and start optimization. But let's go first to the messages tab and to our statistics. Here, you see again that CPU time is small, but duration time is big, which means again that query itself is fast. The execution is taking 30 milliseconds, but this query is waiting for something for a significant time. Yeah, and we need to troubleshoot the waits. We need to troubleshoot the waits over here. So we can use dynamic management views for this, or if we run the query management, we can check the query plan properties, and starting from 2016, we have wait stats over here. And probably this is our root cause. Blocks. This query was blocked by another one. Yes. And we need to find the query, check if we can divide them to not block each other. Maybe we can use different isolation levels. Maybe we can optimize the queries themselves to execute faster. Maybe we can use some additional blocking. We can go into the additional blocking at the beginning of each transaction, or reduce blocking with isolation levels. Maybe we can add some indexes, change table structure, and so on. But again, the main point here that we should not work on the optimization of the query, reviewing this query plan until we understand the first level root cause. Is this the CPU load gives us the slowness, or is this some weights? And if these are weights, we need to find the biggest weights which can work on their elimination. Yes. So we have some time, so I'll show you how I usually deal with blocks. This is the exec requests. As I said previously, this is the starting point for the SQL Server troubleshooting. We're going into the requests. Then we get the list of requests, and maybe we will need some information about session. Maybe we will need some information about tasks, and we can go in both directions. Also, this will be T, and I will also check the query plan. Okay. Let's reproduce this situation again. I will run the background query. I will run query. This is session 52, and this is our picture. We have two sessions here, and query 52 is suspended. This is our query we execute in the Management Studio. It is suspended. It is waiting for third lock. Yes. And we also have the indicator who is blocking this query. Blocking session ID is 89. And this is interesting because there is no session ID 89 in the requests view. Why this can be happening? This is happening in the following situation. The session has a transaction inside, and currently there are no queries executing in that session. But because of transaction, that session holds locks, which can block our queries. And for such kind of situations, we can go further and try to troubleshoot this. Let me show you this. I will select all from sessions, and I will select connections. Okay, now we are ready to catch this issue. Let's run this query again, this one, and we'll check full information. Okay, from the requests, we are getting the blocking session ID. Blocking session ID is 53. Let's check the sessions here. Session 53. And you see that this session is in sleeping state. That means that currently in this session, there are no active requests, no queries are executing, but that session can hold logs, can keep the logs. And from the connections, you see my session 53. And this is the most useful information we can get for such kind of situation. Most recent SQL handle. This is it. So we can get the query plan for the last query. And maybe this will give us enough information to troubleshoot, to find the application part where this transaction is running from. Yeah. Let's check if we can. So it's gone. Let me run it again. We need to do this quickly. Our SQL handle. That will be correct way. So this is our query. The last query executed in that transaction, which is blocking our query here. This is an update of sales order. And here we probably are getting data from sales orders. Yes. To think how we can avoid such kind of situations, review that transaction. But the root cause of the issue was found. Now we need to work with this and avoid that blocking. Okay. Let's go to the next part of our session. CPU low duration. There can be another situation. We can review the situation when CPU is almost close to the duration, when CPU is high. We review the situation when CPU is low and duration is high. But here are the situations when CPU is high, but duration is low. And this is happening only in one case, when we have parallel query. Okay. Let me run it second time. Probably it's taking data from this, but duration is 600 milliseconds. CPU time is almost three times bigger. This can be good, this can be bad. We need to review the parallelism. And let's talk a bit about how good can be parallelism and what are 6 packet weights. Let's imagine that our query was parallelized to 4 threads. And 3 of these threads finished in 1 second, but 1 thread finished in 2 seconds. This means for us, this query is not very effective because the query itself is taking 2 seconds to execute, while the biggest part of this query is taking just 1 second. Maybe we can do something with this. So when SQL Server parallelized query to 4 threads, it has also thread 0, the calling thread, which always wait in 6 packet wait. And this wait is benign because this is fine. This thread 0 will always wait in 6 packet wait until the query will finish. It just waited for the results to report that query was finished and report the results back. But thread 1, 2, and 4, after they finish, they also waited in 6 packet wait until the thread 3 will finish. And these 6 packet waits are not good because they mean imbalanced parallelism, and the query is not very efficient. This is what these 6 packet waits say to us. But how to distinguish 6 packet waits, good ones from bad ones? This was a not very easy question before SQL Server 2016. We have to compare the execution time and how much time was taken by the thread 0 and so on. Starting from SQL Server 2017, the situation became a lot better, because in SQL 2016, 17, and 19, if you see CX packet waits, it always means bad parallelism. For thread 0, SQL Server introduced new wait type, which called CX consumer. And this is pretty good. On my machine, I have SQL Server 2019, and I will show you that now we can easily understand what is the issue here. Let me, session ID 52, let's use query plan here. And yeah, the query probably is not very performant. Let's check the wait statistics. I don't see CX consumer here. That's interesting. But anyway, CX packet is pretty big, 3.5 seconds. Other waits are pretty small. But this gives us information that probably parallelism is not very effective, and we can do it much better. Maybe we can even reduce parallelism. Let's check what will happen with the execution stats if we reduce it. Reduce it to 1. So this query is taking a bit longer, 1 second instead of 600 milliseconds, but CPU time is also smaller. Let's check some bigger parallelism. 4 seconds for threads. It's not working good. Let's check 2. So looks like default one is the best choice for us. Yeah. And for this particular query, we should go into the indexes optimizations. Maybe we can do something with this, because we are reading a lot of data, but we are selecting, we're selecting some big amount of data over here. Let me show you session 52. We don't see this in the execution plan, but if I will check where it starts from here, you will see that CX packet wait 16 milliseconds, CX consumer wait 17 milliseconds. And this is fine. This is not fine. This is what we can optimize. Maybe we have some imbalance of threads. Yes, we can check it over here. Properties. And you see that almost all of the threads has about 2,000 something rows. One thread has 15,000 rows. There is a small imbalance in here, but it's not critical. Okay. We're finished with the parallelism. Let's go to the next demo. No duration, high duration, no explanation. For this case, I will create extended event session. I will use template SQL batch tracking. And I need two events: RPC completed. This is stored procedure execution. SQL batch completed. This is just SQL query batch. Okay. I will drag data to the event files. Let's make sure that session is running. Okay. And now I will run some query. Select top. Never mind. This query is really taking some time. It's about 7 seconds execution time. And well, what is this? Probably it's, let me choose it back. This is feature of SQL Server 2019. I will show you this a bit later, but let's get back to SQL Server 2016 compatibility level, and I will show you the full beauty of this query execution. You know, I said this at the beginning of presentation, and I will say it again, that Scala functions in SQL Server are not very performant, and they are not integrated completely into the relational engine even now. So we are running some kind of, what is this? That is interesting. Maybe Management Studio was updated. Yeah, that's good. So, right now, Management Studio shows us all the statistics about the function execution, and this is really good. Previously, in Management Studio, we had only this part. And from this part, you saw that logical reads are small, where scanning just status is stable, but CPU time and duration are high. And there was no explanation. My point here, if you see something like this, you have a Scala function inside your query, and you should function and check its content. Maybe it's pretty heavy. So in 2019, SQL Server is able to optimize this when I use compatibility level SQL Server 2019. Let me show you this. You see that query execution right now is 12 seconds. After I will enable SQL Server 19 isolation level. Oh, that's, I apologize. I just forget that I have another function over here. So execute just this one. This is it. So it's taken 16 milliseconds, 16 seconds. And in Management Studio, I see the following. Table status is logical read about 4,000, which is not big, but I have execution time of 16 seconds. In the execution type, in the execution plan, I see clustered index scan for statuses, but it's not too big. It can be 16 seconds. Yeah. If I will go to the extended events or profiler trace and check the statistics for this query, I should see the following. I should say the following. This is our query. And logical reads are much higher than the 4,000 we saw in Management Studio. Why this is happening? Because are not integrated into the relational engine completely yet. And in trace or extended events, you will see that choose the correct statistics in Management Studio. IO statistics can be not correct. And the execution plan is not correct as well. But in SQL Server 2009 changed, and you use SQL Server 19 isolation level, this query will become faster, and you will see the full statistics in the Management Studio. So, which is really cool. Now we see full picture: table users, work table, and statuses, full amount of logical reads, and the real query plan. So SQL Server integrated this function into the query plan and shows us the complete plan, which is really cool. If you don't have SQL Server 2019, this is fine, and you try to rewrite your function, your scalar function, to inline function, table value to table inline function, and you will change the query a bit because you can't use it in the clause like it was before. You need to do cross apply and then use its data in the select statement. Okay. Let me stop this session. That's almost all about the query execution time, weights, and how we can fix that. I would like to mention one more topic here, which is spin locks. This is a bit different type of weight, and at the same time, spin locks at the same time is CPU time and wait time as well. How this works? For some lightweight structures in memory, for example, two queries are coming to the log hash table and try to insert the data there. One of them should be first, one of them should wait. It will be very inefficient for such short-term operations to put query into the suspended queue or to use something like this. This is an overkill. So SQL Server do it this way. In such kind of contention, in such situation, SQL Server keep the query on the CPU, and this query just spins, just spending CPU time and checking if it can do the operation after some spins, some amount of spins. On the CPU, probably this will not be visible anyway, but very useful to check these statistics, the MS spin log stats from time to time, and check if you have some really big numbers here. Right now I have in my spins, I have 5 millions, but there should be hundreds of billions, trillions, so very big numbers here will mean that maybe you can go and check what this spin lock means, and maybe that contention can be released. This will free up CPU cycles, and the overall system might become a bit faster. Okay. Now, quick summary. We have checked the query execution time and its parts. We have checked slow queries and optimization algorithm. First level root cause. We should look into the query execution time parts. What is the main, who is taking the main time of the execution? Is it CPU time or is it wait time? When we get that, we can go to the second level root cause. If it's CPU time, is it compilation time or is it execution time? If it's wait time, what kind of wait? What this query is waiting for? What are the main wait types for this query? And then, having all this information, having this full picture and complete understanding of the root causes, we can go to the optimization. We can tune query, we can add indexes or change table structure, we can work with isolation levels, even we can work with application optimization, because some of the ways will depend on that. But first of all, we need to understand where the query is slow, in which part of execution time we should concentrate on. That's all for this session. Let me show you our sponsors one more time. They help to make this conference done. And okay, thank you very much. If you have any questions, please put them into the chat. We have a few minutes to work on them.
Okay, thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a nice day, everyone. Yeah. Question?
Okay, thank you. Let me check as I see. Oh, there's no question. For the attendees, do you have any questions?
Yeah, if you will have questions, you see my contact information on the screen. Just send it to me on any of these channels. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thank you again.
Bye.
Bye. We will continue after 10 minutes.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialize with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? Apply at PokerStars Careers.
Hi, Fox. Do you hear me? I'm just testing the sound. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sharing my welcome. I don't know if you're able to see my welcome. Yes, you do. You don't? Okay, so I will start then. So hello, good day. Let me share my screen. 1 sec. Let me just ping me to see if you're able to see my screen. Are you able to see my screen? Okay, so are you able to see my screen? Or no? Just ping something in the chat, just to make sure that you are seeing the image. Hello? I don't know if there is someone there or anyone. I just want to make sure that you are able to see my screen. Okay. To see my screen. I don't know if someone can put in the chat if you're able to see my screen. Yes, I can see it. So thank you very much, Boriana. So hello, good day, good evening. Here it's a little early. I am from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Let me close this or let me move this. So today we are going to talk about Azure SQL MI. This is one of my favorite services. I chose this title because sometimes or almost all of the time I am getting this question. So today we are going to cover, or we are trying to answer this question. So first of all, thank you very much for the entire team for choosing my session, for allowing me to participate here. I know that this kind of events takes time to organize. And honestly, I saw the schedule, I saw the presenter, so incredible. So thank you very much for this event. Thank you very much for choosing me. So let's start. Let me see. So sponsors that are supporting us, so thank you very much for all of them. Without you, this would be impossible. So thank you. About me, so I am Gonzalo Vicio. I am from Buenos Aires, Argentina again. We are in South America. I am working actually with Accenture as an Azure SQL product owner for all of the Azure SQL family. I am working with internal applications, not with external. I am working with the internal ones. I am a Microsoft certified trainer, among other stuff. Here you have my blog, my email, or my Twitter. In case that you have any questions, just feel free to send it to me. I will be more than happy to answer it. Agenda for today, we are going to cover, or we are going to talk a little introduction about the service, some limitation characteristics, among other stuff. We're going to cover migrations, considerations, limitations, my own experience, etc., etc. So I assume that you saw this slide everywhere. But one of the good things about managed instance, I mean, every time that I have meetings with our customers, and they say, hey, I want to migrate to the cloud, I want to migrate to a service, I want to change my architecture from monolithic to microservices, because, I mean, we used to use a single database servers or an availability group topology or a failover cluster instance topology, but if something happens to that database, my entire system goes down. So, I mean, on those meetings, I have always the same discussions. What are the limitations? What are the problems that I am going to find if I move to this service? Well, so here we have two different services, two different options that Microsoft provides for a PaaS topology. On the left side, Azure SQL Database. It's an incredible service, a database as a service that will allow you to have a single database. There are no limitations like cross-database queries, where if you have more than one database on the same logical server, you cannot query between them. You need to use an external service called Elastic Query. If you want to migrate, sometimes it's difficult, to move to Azure SQL Database. You don't have the chance to execute a backup or restore. You need to or move the data manually, or use Azure Database Migration Service, but behind bars it will execute a backpack. Or I don't know. I mean, it's difficult stuff. But I mean, it will be always just executing with SQL package a backpack and restore it on the destination, but that will take time. So now we have two limitations. The third one is about the jobs. I mean, if you used to use jobs, you will not be able to use jobs here in Azure SQL Database. You need to use an external service called Elastic Jobs, which is in preview, etc., etc. But I mean, you don't have fully support of all of this, or almost all of the services that you have today within on-premises or within infrastructure as a service VM. It's a very good option, but you need to make sure that you know what are the limitations. For Elastic Pool, it will be the same as Azure SQL Database because it's an Azure SQL database. But the difference is that you are paying for, let's say that you can share resources between all of the databases. So you will not pay per database, you will pay per pool. So inside this pool, you can have multiple databases that will share the resources. Just make sure that, I mean, this idea is for the databases that are not being used all the time. So if you're going to put databases inside an Elastic Pool, just make sure that not all of the databases will be used all of the time, because you are going to have problems. And the third one, the one that we are going to cover today, which is managed instance. My experience is a very good one. Every time that I have to migrate something to a new or a new data center, I mean, the best way is using backup and restore, and here we have the option. Also, if we need a small amount of migration window, we can achieve that using Azure Database Migration Service, which behind bars will use log shipping. So we can start the synchronization on the day of the cutover. We click, boop, cutover, boom, that's it. You migrate. There are some things that we need to consider that we are going to cover today, but I mean, the lift and shift model, we can apply it directly here. But also the other limitation that I spoke before, that this service will cover. We're going to talk about different things. Security, compatibility, the size option, etc., etc. Some features that I mentioned, the backup restore, the cross-database queries, also some security features like always encrypted, etc., the deep email, so you have it, extended events, query store by default is enabled, so you can, I mean, if you are not using it, just I want to let you know that by default be enabled. Managed instance, you don't need to, because it's enabled. But as you can see, if you need to compare, if you want to go to managed instance, you need to know that almost all of the features are supported, which is awesome, because application teams, and I said, or I recommend something new. The question is, why do I have to change thing if I am moving to something new? Sometimes it's okay. I mean, you need to use. I mean, for those legacy applications, you need to use something new feature. But just if you want, I mean, if you want to just backup and restore the database and start using it or manage instance, you need to just change its level. So internally, you start using the SQL 2019 new features, but for the rest, it's fine. You can start using the database. In managed instance, you will always have the latest SQL Server version, for this case, SQL 2019, and the latest +1's cumulative update. So that is why you cannot backup and restore an existing managed instance into a SQL Server 2019 on premises or infrastructure as a service, because, I mean, the cumulative updates or the new ones are tested here. So if you want to roll back, you need to think that you will need to use a backpack or, I don't know, SQL Data Sync or other method rather than backup restore. But as you can see, we have almost the same compatibility between on-premises infrastructure as a service and this service. Compatibility is almost 100% with infrastructure as a service or on-premises. The only feature that I know that it is supported is the new SQL 2019 temp tables or the memory TempDB temp tables. This is simple because every time that you enable this feature, you need to restart the service, because you need to recreate the TempDB. And here we can't restart the service because it's a service. This service will be 24/7. That is the SLA that Microsoft provides. The same for the backups. We're going to cover the backup later, but the backups will be executed by Microsoft. The same for the, in case that you have, I don't know, any issue with CheckDB, I mean, the responsibility will be Microsoft. You are going to call them saying, hey, I discovered this corruption issue, fix it, period. Because they are, I mean, they're responsible for the storage and for everything. this is a service. That's it. You need to worry about the performance. You need to worry about that the system goes well, and that's it. That is why it's a service. Some considerations. The only one that I want to mention is that you cannot have, I mean, this is not normal, but just in case that you have the scenario where first one, file stream or file tables are not supported. So if you want to use them, you need to use a different method like storage accounts and blob storage to store the files, and that's it. And the other consideration about that if you have more than one transaction log file, the restore will fail. You are going to see a message saying managed instance doesn't support more than one file group, more than one transaction log file, just in case. And there are some considerations that you can check there. Very important part, very important stuff for me, which is security. Managed instance by default will be tied to a VNet, which is awesome because by default the service will not be open to internet. That means that you are going the connectivity of the service itself. That means that you can create an additional subnet into the managed instance VNet to connect the virtual machines, or you can do the VNet peerings in case that you are connecting from another service. But the good stuff is that you manage this. You have the responsibility to open the connection. So you are going to manage this. Why? Because it is not necessary, never necessary, to have a database service open to internet, because no one is going to connect directly from outside your company to the database to get data. That is impossible. So the good stuff here is that we can control that. I mean, if you want to open this to internet, you need to use what we call public endpoint. That means that you are going to open this. You can choose whether you can open this to Azure, to internet, or to where, but I will not recommend that. And that's it. Another one, the authentication. So here we support two methods. The normal one, which is SQL authentication. I don't need to explain that. And the other, which is Azure Active Directory authentication. That can be using MFA, the multi-factor authentication in Azure, or just Azure Active Directory. If you want to create a user, if you want to create a group, you can do that. If you want to create a managed identity, you can use that as well. That will not work. So if you are migrating your application from on-premises to Azure and you want to use managed instance, just make sure that if you are going to, or if you migrate your application from on-premises to a VM instead of a web app or a service itself, you will have to use SQL authentication against this service, or you will have to create a managed identity for the VM, and you will have to make some changes on the constraints. You can do that, but you will have to do some changes. Or you will be able to connect the same as VPN site to site, or if you want, you can configure point to site or site to point, etc. But the connectivity will be internal, or you can use the peering, so the two VNets can see each other, or you can add rules on the network security group. It's up to you. But the good thing is that you can control that, which is the best thing. Size options. So we are going to talk about the service tiers. We have two. We have general purpose. We have business critical. The difference between them, first of all, is the high availability. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. The other difference is that the size of the 10 DB will depend on the this particular database is tied to the number of CPUs that you choose. That means that you need to make sure that the size that you get is the size that you need. So just be careful careful on that. The other difference is the number of IOPS. Why? Because this particular service tier is pointing to a remote premium storage. That means that it is not tied directly to the service itself, so you have a little latency there. But I mean, if I compare this to business critical, well, there will be a difference, because in business critical you have the storage tied to the service, but I mean, you need to test it. The other difference is the number of IOPS, because the number of IOPS in general purpose depends on the size of the file of the database. That means that, okay, if your database size is, let's say 100 gigabytes, well, that 100 gigabyte, there is a table that will give you the exact number of IOPS based on the size. But let's say that you have between 1 gigabyte to 100 gigabytes, you will have a fixed number of IOPS. And so on. But if you need to increase the performance and you need to increase the data size, just make sure that you have enough space. Because if you have more than one database and you use the entire space for only one, you will have problems. Just to let you know. And the high availability here for general purpose, I mean, by default, you will always have high availability behind bars. For the case of general purpose in Azure SQLMI, you have some passive nodes or redundant nodes that if something happened, they map and replace the active compute nodes or the one that had the issue. That means that you are going to have downtime, well, a little one, because you need to fail over between one and to repoint to the storage accounts, etc. The thing is that the in-memory feature is not supported on this service tier, only on business critical, just to let you know, in case that you are using it, because you will restore the database and you will say, hey, in-memory is not supported, just to let you know. And then we have business critical. Business critical, as you are seeing on the image, the high availability is different. By default, an availability group is built in. So the other one is using redundant nodes. The actual one is using an availability group. If you don't know what availability group is, it is a high availability and disaster recovery feature that will allow us to support, I would say, issues within your primary replica. If you have a problem with the primary replica and you configure automatic failover, it will failover to the secondary node. You need to be the class, etc., etc., etc. I mean, we can talk hours about availability group, but I want to give you a small idea. But here, the good thing is that you can always point to the primary replica. Always you will be pointing to a host name that I'm going to show you later. But here, the availability group is included. You don't need to pay anything extra. So in case that you want to offload your reads to the secondary replica, you will be able to. You don't need to configure anything rather than use name. So the connection will be directly pointed to the secondary replica, and you can perform reads, which is awesome because you can use both replicas. Both, let's say that you choose 8 CPUs, so you're going to have 8 CPUs here and 8 CPUs here. You are not sharing resources. You will have independent resources between the replicas. So that is awesome. The difference is, well, here, as I mentioned before, in-memory is supported. Then the change is that, well, as I mentioned, the storage is tied directly to the service, so you will get better throughput and I/O. The TempDB size is tied to the entire instance space. It's not anymore tied to a specific number of cores, which is great because, I mean, you don't need to think about the size of the TempDB. But the problem is that here we have up to 8 terabytes in size, but here we have 4. So you need to make sure that your database is not almost 4 terabytes because you will not be able to grow. So as you can see here, I mean, the storage size is tied to the number of records, but in 4 terabytes. There is a private preview for general purpose of 16 terabytes. but you need to talk to Microsoft saying, hey, I am interested in this private preview. I have this database. I have this project, etc., etc. And well, here's some difference that I told you before. One important thing that I didn't mention is that you can save cost here on this particular service, which is something that we need to make sure that we are not, I don't know, paying too much. So here we can use two different things. The first is what we call Azure Hybrid Benefit. This benefit will save you between 40 and 45% of the service cost, but you need to have software assurance. If you don't have it, you can have this benefit. This is just moving your on-premises or infrastructure as a service license to managed instance. That is why you have this cost reduction. But I mean, you need software assurance. On the other hand, if you have an enterprise agreement or EA, you can go to the EA configuration on the portal, and you can reserve an instance between quotes. Let's say I will reserve this instance because I'm going to, I don't know, have it between 1 or 3 years. So the cost will be a little minimum. I mean, things that can help you. Backups, as I mentioned, they are automatic. As per documentation, Microsoft is doing weekly full, daily differentials, a log every 5 minutes. That is what they are saying on the documentation. One of your questions may be, hey, can I check this? Is there any DMB that I can query to see if my backups are happening? The answer is no. Some weeks ago, I opened a ticket just to know that, because I had one customer with very critical information saying, hey, Gonzalo, I want to know whether the backups are happening or not. I want to know if I will be able to restore my data. And I say, well, I can open a ticket because it's not documented. And the answer was, no, it's not documented. You can see the earliest and the latest day that you can restore the database using PowerShell. But that's it. You can open them. And the other important stuff is that the point-in-time recovery, the default one is 7 days. There's a new feature, as I mentioned there, that you can put only 1 day, but the maximum is 35 days. If you have a requirement that you need more than 35 days in Azure SQL database, you have a feature that will allow you to save up to 10 years the backup. Well, here it is not. If you need to do that, well, you will have to do manual backups and save them in a storage account, and that's it. You can download them if they are not big and you need to save in tape, well, you will have to do that process manually. But at least I told you. For restore, the most important part is that this will support SQL 2005, obviously compatibility level 90, but you can restore directly from there. As well as in Azure database migration services, you will see this database. High availability, as I mentioned before, the built-in. There is one feature here. We are talking about only the same region, the same data center, but in case that you need to protect your service against region outage, you need to use out of a lower group. It is the same. It is built in on same availability group technology, but here you have the possibility to protect your service in case that there is a primary region outage. I mean, is that possible? I mean, everything is possible, but if an entire region goes down, we'll see on the media that. So in case that you want to protect your service, you can use this feature. This feature will help you or will cover you in case that there is an outage on the region. So obviously, since this is between region, it is asynchronous. In case that there is an outage, you have 1 hour of default grace period, meaning that Microsoft have 1 hour to bring up the service again. Otherwise, a failover allowing data loss will happen. You know what does it means. Here you have the same possibility to use the read-write or read-only listener if you want to offload your reads to a secondary region. So here we have both HAs. If you choose, for example, business critical, inside here, you will have the availability group that I mentioned. So you can offload reads inside the same region. But if you have different offices and you want to offload the reads, to the secondary region, you will be able to as well. So that is a very good one. Replication, I know that there are a lot of people that love replication. So you can use, once you search for replication in managed instance, you will see in preview. Honestly, I use it a lot and it works fine. You don't need to configure anything rather than the connectivity between obviously the source and the destinations. If you want to configure on premises or infrastructure as a service, you need to add the IP on the network security group so the IP can connect. But then it's the same. You don't even managed instance can be a publisher, a distributor, or a subscriber. It's the same. Only, obviously, transactional replication. You don't need, you will have the same, absolutely the same thing. You can create alerts, you can send emails, you can add operator. It's exactly the same. I'm going to show you later. Service broker with some limitations, but you can use that service, the same as database mail. Let's say that you have a problem, a performance issue, and you discover that, hey, I need more CPUs. There is one very important thing that you can't choose the memory that you're going to use. You can't say, okay, I want 1 terabyte of memory and 4 CPUs. No, you can't do that because every time that you choose a CPU, the memory is tied to that CPU. So if you choose, I don't know, 4 CPUs, you have 20 gigabytes of memory. If you choose 8, you have 4, etc., 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 etc. So you need to know that this will be maybe a problem. But in case that you want to increase the number of CPU, you can do that. It will take a lot of time because that is one of the other problems. I am not going to say to tell you the good things. I'm going to tell you the bad things. So, every time that you build a managed instance, it will take between 3 to 6 hours, depending on the size, depending if you're using general purpose or business critical. You know that there is an internal HA that will take time. So this will take time. So if you need to scale, you're not going to have 3 hours of downtime, but the process will take a lot. So be careful with the number of CPUs. The storage is different because you don't need to build a new machine. You just need to include or to add more storage, and that's it. But for the CPU, yes, you need to build a new machine. So that will take a lot of time. But you can do that directly from the portal. Instance pooling in preview, this means that managed instance of 16 core, but internally you can create small managed instance, but you're going to pay for the entire, not by instance. So this is good for staging or for development where you have different teams using managed instance. And if you want to pay for only one and use a small inside, well, you can use this. Important thing, you will not be able to create this from the portal. You need to use PowerShell. Some news at Microsoft Ignite. This one is a nasty issue that we have in Azure SQL DB as well as managed instance. This is the log rate limit. Log rate limit means that you will have a limit on transaction log. That means that if you have updates, if you have deletes, if you have inserts, if you have other index revealed that consume transaction log, you are going to be, I would say, hit by this particular limit. In Microsoft Ignite, the announcement was that this limit was increased. Obviously, this particular limit is, every time that you choose a number of cores, you will have a limit. So, as long as you have more cores, you will have less limit. But this limit was increased. In Azure SQL DB Hyperscale, it was 100 megabytes per sec, but this one, the maximum is 120. So you will have more performance without changing anything because this one was changed behind bars. So you will have more performance by default. Other one is the distribute transaction across SQL MIs. So here we can create a SQL trust group where you will have all the different managed instances that you want to compare. So this will be like using a microservices architecture where you want to modify more than one managed instance. You can do this. You can create or begin a distributed transaction between different services, and you can do that instead of using link servers, because link servers are supported here. You can use this one. It's in preview, but this one will be a good one. Global VNet peering support, if you want to configure the service itself between any VNet on your ecosystem. So it's in preview, but it will be awesome. Configure backup storage redundancy. So now you can move your backups into different regions. You can choose whether if you want to store them locally or if you want to have them in another region. And then you can restore using PowerShell, obviously. If you're using reporting services and you want to host your databases inside an Azure SQLMI, you can do that. For the ones that are using R or Python, you know, R came to SQL in 2016, Python in 2017. We have this Launchpad service, the SQLSaturday, that are doing the things behind bar. But now, I mean, this one was in private preview some months ago, but now it's in public preview. So if you want to run your code directly on the service, you will be able to. In case that you are doing this today on your on-premises or infrastructure as a service, you will be able to do the same on the service. Well, enhance management experience. Well, as I mentioned before, every time that you create a managed instance, it will take between 3 to 6 hours. Before, you didn't know what was going on, you know. I remember that the first time that I created a managed instance, it took like 40 hours, and I didn't know. Hey, I mean, I saw something like, okay, it's this rating, but I didn't know what was going on. I mean, what was the problem or what? So now, every time that you create a managed instance, you will see, after you create it, you will see the status of, okay, what is going on, what are we doing, and that's it. I mean, the thing that I think that they need to add is that at least the expected time to be completed. That will be awesome, but well, we need to wait. And one important thing, two important things that I didn't mention. So every time that you create a managed instance and you want to onboard the managed instance to the domain, you need a special permissions on the Azure Active Directory. So one of the improvements was to create, now you can create a group, assign those permissions because these are special permissions, and then you just include the managed instance on that particular group, and that's it. That is important. And the last one, it was like 2 to 3 weeks ago. You can create audits to know what the Microsoft support engineers are doing on your service. In case that you open a ticket, in case that you want to see whether if someone is touching your service, well, you can create an audit. By default, it's enabled, but you can disable or enable it to know what the Microsoft support engineers are doing with your service. Let's say that we are convinced with this service, we want to move to this service. Okay, what are the tools that we have today to assess and then to migrate? Well, in order to run an assessment, if you are coming from SQL Server, you can use the data migration assistance. I'm going to show you in a demo later. That will assess your database and will say, hey, if you are going to move to the compatibility level 150, you are going to have these breaking changes. Okay, no, because in SQL 2019, there was a decision that there will not be any more deprecations, or they are not going to remove anything from the code because they wanted, so you can have, I would say, an easier migration to SQL 2019, the same for managed instance. If you want to move to a different compatibility level, you can do that, absolutely, because it's a SQL. But you need to know that you are not going to use the latest features. If you're coming from a different database engine like Oracle or MySQL, etc., you can use the SQL Server migration assistant. Both are going to do the same. If you're ready, if you access your database, then you can use the Azure Database Migration Service to migrate your database to Azure SQLMI. Or if you want to control everything, you can execute your backups. My recommendation, always moving to the cloud, if you're coming from on-premises, is to create multiple backup pieces, like 20 to 30, and then start moving them one by one to a blob storage, because you need to restore from there. So if you want to control the process and you have a migration window to execute that, I will recommend to do multiple backup pieces. Otherwise, you can use Azure Database Migration Service. Here, I will leave you some links in case that you want to check known issues, all the improvements that are coming to manage instance, etc., etc. I love trade flags, so I'm going to show you all the trade flags that we have. They are 25 on this service, and that's it. So we're going to see some stuff. I don't know if there is any questions on the chat. I can see no, there is no question. Awesome. I mean, if you have any question, just stop me or put it on the chat. This is the portal. We are working with SQL Managed Instance. We click the Add button to create a new one. So if you don't know, I am drinking this, which we drink all the time in Argentina. It's called mate, like mate, but this is my coffee. So you include managed instance name, let's say SQLSat Plovdiv prox. The region where you want to create it, it's available on all of the regions. Here you choose the service tier. For example, general purpose or business critical. Obviously, you will see that there is increase on the price. Here the vehicles. Before we have Gen 4 and Gen 5, but now it's only Gen 5. And we have the storage. Based on the number of cores, is the storage that you can choose. Here is the benefit that I told you. And that's it. Obviously, I mean, this is an MSDN, and I am not going to see anything because this is an MSDN account. And here, one of the improvements that I told you, that if you want to store your backups locally or if you want to store them in a different region, you click apply, and then let's use the password. Let's use my password, because here we are forced to use 16 characters. Networking, the one that I mentioned, the VNet, you can build your own VNet or you can let the service to create your own VNet. Important stuff. Here, by default, always, you are going to, I mean, if you create a service from the portal, the TLS 1.2 version will be enabled. In case that you have issues with the driver that you are using, you can disable this through PowerShell, obviously. Based on your experience, which service is more, I mean, for me, it's more important, the one, sorry. So let's see, based on your experience, which service is more expensive as a cost? Well, that answer will depend, because I mean, we have some benefits in managed instance and we have some other benefits in on-premises. Managed instance is not a cheap one. It's not a service that will say, oh, we're going to pay by second 1 cent. No, that is not correct. I mean, the thing is, or the first question that I'm going to ask for you is, okay, are you using Azure today? Yes or no? If you are using it, it will be easier because you have the networking, you have everything set, as well as Active Directory, among other stuff. If you are not using Azure, well, it will be, I mean, you need to configure everything so you can use this service. What would be the best option? Well, the answer is depend on what you want to do. Depending on if you are, I mean, if you are using an Azure web app, if you are using, I would say, I don't know, a simple application inside a VM. I mean, this is not a cheap service. You can use the benefit that I mentioned before, but I mean, the thing is, you need to think about, okay, hey, I need to roll back. How I am going to roll back in case that I need to. But I mean, sorry, but the answer for that is depends on your case, depends on, I mean, a number of a number of things, not only whether it is more expensive or not. I mean, for example, in on-premises, you need to maintain the entire data center. In on-premises, you need to maintain the copy of the backups of the servers and the databases. You need a person inside the data center. You need a second data center in case that something happened. All of the electricity, all of the electricity stuff, it's a data center, so you manage it. If you have your database and you are not using managed service account, you need to maintain your accounts. So you need to rotate them one per year, one every 6 months. In case that you want or you need to patch your Windows VM or your SQL VM, you need to do that. So it's a problem. Is cross-database query supported between MI and single database? I mean, directly, no. Can you use a link server? The answer is yes. You can use a link server for that. Because I mean, you can't have Azure SQL MI and Azure SQL database on the same logical server. They are different. I mean, I know that, for example, you can create a SQL pool and Azure SQL database on the same logical server, but for this case, this one will be different. If you want to accomplish that, you need to use a link server, but you can do that. Thank you for your question. Awesome. Additional settings, if you want to use a different collation, you can use that one. If you need to use a different time zone because you are using a get day function, you can change that as well. Here is the HA or the that you can configure there. You have tags. I mean, we use tags for example, to know who is the owner, what is the environment, what is the cost collector, what is the application name tied to this service, etc. You click boom, great, that's it. And here you have this beautiful message that this particular thing can take up to 6 hours to complete. So if you are waiting for something to be completed, I mean, quickly, well, the answer is that will take time. You click create, boom, this will start. And once this finish, you are going to see this. I mean, while the process is running, you are going to see the status not online, you are going to see the status provisioning. And you will not see the host number, the host name, sorry. So this one will be the name that you need to use to connect. Here you have some information. Here on the compute plus storage is where you can scale up your system. I mean, here we are talking about that we will be able to vertically scale. We cannot add multiple managed instances to scale horizontally. So I mean, I know that this can be something monolithic or the architecture will be monolithic, but I mean, you need to talk with your application team or to your application architect saying, hey, if you're going to build a microservices architecture, we need to build more than one managed instance. So here, connection strings, in case that you are using ADO, you have here JDBC, etc., etc. And here you have the link to download the latest version to use that one. TDE is enabled by default. So in case that you're worried, well, by default, your service is protected against ransomware. So no one will be able to see your files. Here, what I told you about Active Directory, if you want to add an Active Directory admin and let's say onboard your service to the domain, you need some special permissions, as I mentioned. In case that by mistake you delete a database, you can restore it. What is the maximum time? Well, the retention period that you choose, by default, 7 days. Networking here, you will see the TLS version. Can you modify this? The answer is yes. Can you disable this using PowerShell? The answer is yes, you can do that. I will not recommend that, but you can do that. You have the possibility to do that. So here we have, now it's called Azure Defender. That is a new name where you can run your vulnerability assessment, whether if you are having attacks or not, or the advanced threat protection, where you can choose, again, SQL injections, among other stuff. You need to click on here. You need to put the storage account. to run the scans, and you can receive these scans about vulnerabilities. And then here about advanced threat protection, you click here, and this one are the threats that you are protected to. In case that something happened, you will receive an email. These are options. TDE, as I mentioned before, it's enabled by default. I can explain you the managed key, but this will take more time and I want to show you more stuff. The trust groups, the one that I told you before about distribute transactions. And here, a very important part, I mean, in my work, we use SCOM or System Center. There is a management pack for Azure SQLMI. If you don't have SCOM and you want to use your own alerts, you can create alerts. You click here. I mean, the problem is that SCOM is more granular than this one. I mean, you can create policies or Azure policies. There are some built-in Azure policies for Azure SQLMI, as well as some alerts. But I mean, if you want to do something, I will prefer to have SCOM because it's a tool. I mean, if we are using also ServiceNow, so we directly create alerts and go directly to ServiceNow and create an instance so our team can handle. But you can create your own alert. For example, hey, I want to see the CPU, let's say, and the threshold value is 90. And we are going to check every 1 minute for 5 minutes. Click done. And then we can create an action, like sending an email, etc., etc. And in case that something happened, you will receive something. It's an alert, a normal alert. You can create your own alerts inside the service, like the old style, the operator, and that's it. And very important, the metrics. If you want to see some metrics, for example, my server is not working as I expect. You can create, or you can see here the last 3 days how the CPU. I think that they can include more because Azure SQL database, I mean, has much more information about some metrics. And that's it. But let's go 1 sec. I want to show you important thing I am using. If you don't know, I mean, there was a huge issue. I am not using the latest one here, but on the latest one for Management Studio 18.7.1 and Azure Data Studio installation is doing by default. So once you install the Management Studio, you will see that there will be a new Azure Data Studio, just to let you know. Well, it's simple. As I mentioned, the host name, the login, the one that we choose, or if you want to know who is the login, here you have the managed install admin, which is me. In case that you are using Azure Active Directory Authentication, you can use the password or the integrated one, or if you are using multi-factor authentication, you can use this one. Here you include your mail at email.email.com, and you will see the portal opening, etc. I choose 4 CPUs. The memory is only 20 gigabytes, so see that the memory is tied to the number of processors. Things that we can modify, well, the well-known code threshold for parallelism, or the max DOP, or the optimize for ad hoc workloads, we can modify that one. You can modify auto growth for the databases. You can add more files in case that you're using partitioning or you want to use partitioning. Things that you can control by yourself. As you can see, for example, I don't know, I deploy the OLAP solution Halligreen because I think it's the best. And you can see here the same jobs, and other stuff that I wanted to mention for the ones like me, that like to use the first responder kit from Brent Oster, or if you want to use SP who is active. Oops, sorry, I have another keyboard. who is active. You can execute it, or if you like the SP Blitz catch, you can execute it as well. As you can see, I am on the manager instance. Important stuff, if you don't know, on the SP Blitz log, this particular store proc will give you information about deadlocks, which is this one. The important thing is that by default, as you may know, you can't access the file system for the managed instance. So you need to create a new session with the XML deadlock report. I mean, you can create your own extended sessions. This one is mine. As you can see, it's the same. I am tough, as you can see here, the name. I am doing the same stuff as I do normally in on-premises. Important thing, if you want to use this particular store proc, you need to create a new session for the XML deadlock report, and you use an storage account to leave the file. After that, you need to modify the store proc here on the event session path, and you need to include, obviously, previously you need to create the credential. The credential means like, okay, if you are going to go to a blob storage, this one is your credential, and that's it. It's a shared access signature or a SAS. I'm going to show you how to create it. It is this one. Create credential with identity and secret. Boom, period. That's it. And I have, I think, 8 more minutes. Okay, another stuff that you can do, because I wanted to show you backup and restore, but I don't know if you want to see that. Let me show you quickly. Question. Nice. Nice. What are the steps to restore a database? Sure, we have 2 ways. Or you use the database migration service, or we use backup and restore. Let me quickly back up your database or one of the databases. Here I am on my machine. The first step is to create a credential. Where am I getting this secret value? Obviously, I need a blob storage account. So this particular secret I'm getting from here. You have share access signature. Just make sure that you are adding the permissions, that you configure the expiration, let's say 2021, and you generate the SAS and the connection string. This is the value, this SAS token. So the first step is to create the credential on the VM to connect to the blob storage. So here, this one is my blob storage, and this one is the container that I created inside. What is a container? Well, here on the overview, I click containers, and here is my migration container. So once you create the credential, the container, you execute the backup to a URL. If you are using the max transfer size and the buffer count parameter will work in case that you are using big databases. In case that you want to use more than one file, you can add a comma here, like URL, let's say file 2, and you are going to, or you will be able to use a second piece of the backup. Or if you want to use 10, you can add 10. Important stuff, always use the checksum clause, otherwise the restore will not work. So after you complete this, you need to connect to the managed instance to execute the second part, which is exactly the same. But I think it will fail. Let me see if I have time to remove this database. Restore, it will say, hey, you can't because the files are already there. I cannot use the move. Come on. Let me see in the meantime if there is any other question while. Well, I am restoring. Well, on the other part, it's exactly the same. I need to create the credential with the same secret, important stuff that I didn't mention. You need to remove the first character. So as you can see here, there is one sign here. Well, you need to remove that one. Otherwise, the credential will not work. I don't know why they include that one there. Honestly, I don't know. I don't have the answer for that. And then assistance, you will see. I didn't read. Nice. I thought that I already did. But okay, you create the credential. You can execute this restore file only from URL, just to make sure that you have access and the file exists. As you can see here, I am able to see the information inside the backup, and then restore. Important part, the stat clause is not supported, so you need to use this particular command to check the status of the restore. And that's it. The restore will finish, and you will see the database in a few. If I refresh here, oh, sorry, not here, here. So here it is, the database. We click properties, and you will see the database, and that's it. If you want to configure, as I mentioned, the compatibility level, you can do that. You can choose whenever you want. I will recommend always the latest. And you can choose the database options, and that's it. And just say, hey, I want to modify this because I don't like 64. Let's say 2.6. And here the same, because my database is a big one, blah, 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 blah. And that's it. I want more stuff, but I only have 2 minutes. So any other questions? Let's say. Come on. Or, I mean, if you have any other question, you can just drop me an email, ping me on Twitter, or I don't know. I want to help you as much as I can. And that's it, folks. I want to show you more stuff, but I don't have time. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the entire team to give me this chance to be here. I am very happy. Thank you very much for the audience and your questions. Honestly, this was amazing. This is the first time that I'm here. So, well, I hope that I can be here soon again.
Thanks for presentation.
I hope you have a great weekend, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialize with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play stacked poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
Окей, здравейте. Надявам се да виждате екрана ми. Някаква обратна връзка ще очакваме, защото с колегата, който презентира преди мене, очакваше и той някой да му отговори, но не знам дали има някой на линия. Всичко окей, благодаря. Ами аз предлагам да започваме. 8 човечета виждам днес като при мен, или поне така казва броя на хората тук. Ще минимизирам този екран. Супер работа с параметри в Power Query. Това ни е темата за днес. На мен ми е втора презентация за деня. Преди обяд се налагаше да изводя същото това нещо. Темата беше същата за словенската SQL събота, но сега вече сме в България. Аз се казвам Боряна. Две думи може би трябва да кажа първо за мен. Първо спонсорите, разбира се, да представим. Предполагам вече, ако сте по-отрано тук, този слайд сте го видели няколко пъти. Благодарим още веднъж на спонсорите. Без тях нямаше да има това събитие. И така, две думи за мен. Аз се занимавам с Excel и анализ на данни доста отдавна вече. Бившо MVP за Excel съм до 2018. Сертифициран Microsoft инструктор с пълна МОС сертификация. Основно се занимавам аз и моите колеги в сферата на курсове, консултации и някои така интересни разработки на големи автоматизации. Ние сме единствените в България, които имаме една много култова конференция. Някои от вас може би вече са били. Е най-голямата екселска конференция дори на световно ниво. Събираме над 800 участника в нея. Надявам се до година да я има на живо. Тази година решихме, че е по-добре изобщо да не я правим, защото идеята при нас е най-вече и да може да се видим на живо, да обменим опит с консултации на живо. И така тази година, за съжаление, няма, но се надявам следващата година да можем да направим нейното четвърто издание. Нашата тема днес включва три основни секции, като първо ще ви запозная с това какво ползваме. След това ще създадем една кастъм функция с помощта на обработката на даден файл, който в последствие ще го превърнем в функция и съответно тази функция ще можем да използваме, за да автоматизираме импорт от някаква папка, например. И накрая ще ви запозная с едни динамични параметри, като за целта ще използвам един код, който е писан от моя канадски колега, който се казва Ken Pools. И е много приятна, готина функция, която, разбира се, ще споделя с вас. Всички материали ще бъдат аплоднати в сайта на SQLSaturday Plovdiv, така че можете да си ги изтеглите по-късно оттам. И така започвам с basic параметри. За хората, които вече са ме срещали, знаят, че аз много не обичам да използвам слайдове, така че цялата презентация ми от 3-4-5 слайда и те са само за да анонсират съответно следващата тема, но тук съм се постарала с ето този екстра слайд, ще го нарека. Имам малко картинки по него. И така нещо като стъпки, които бива да следваме. Първо трябва да създадем стъпките, които са ни необходими в обработката на дадения файл. След това можете да си създадете параметъра и съответно идеята е да вмъкнем този параметър в част от стъпките, които вече сме създали и да ги използваме. И следва, разбира се, моето първо демо. Сега, аз съм си Excel-адия и поради тази причина ползвам BI-а през Excel. интерфейса и на BI през Excel, и на BI през Power BI за десктоп е абсолютно един и същ. Първото нещо, което ще направя е да се конектна към един CSV файл. CSV-чето би трябвало да се намира на, разбира се, всичко съм си сложила на десктопа. Ето тук трябва да пише SQLSaturday и файлчето, което ще импортираме, ето тук. Сега, идеята е такава, че тук имам различни екселски файлове, експортнати от някаква система, просто са за различен период от време. Ще взема първия. Малко по-късно всички тези файлове ще ги направим под формата на функция да се импортират, т.е. чрез функция да се импортират и обработват. Но моята цел към момента е да ви покажа супер basic параметър как се създава и така импортирам един файл, на който първата му стъпка е да се конектна към данните. 4 реда от първите 4 реда от тази таблица, за да мога да си обработвам по-нататък. И така ще направя стъпката да махнем 4 на брой и в последствие това може да ми послужи да задам първия ред за заглавен. Не искам да ми сменяш типа на данните, само тук ще го направя това на currency, т.е. използвам някакви стъпки по-нататък, например. И това всъщност ми е заявката, която искам да обработвам. Тя ще се стане с името април 2019. И сега представете си, че следващия път няма да са 4 реда, по някаква причина ще се променили на 5 или на 3. Нещо такова. Нека първо тук да сложа това в Excel, да го видите как изглежда. Зареждам тези данни, 305 реда имаме очевидно, но решавам, че ще създам параметър. Отварям си прозорите на Power Query. Един супер basic параметър, през Home имаме Manage Parameters и тук мога да избера New параметър. Разбира се, ще го кръстим с някакво хубаво име MyTopRow. Description ще го оставя, няма да е require това нещо, ще го оставя да е типа му да е от групата Any, в случая може да избера и decimal number, но нека да си седи така. И тук имаме различни опции, които можете да изберете за различните параметри. Може да бъде списък от стойности или цяла заявка. Аз сега ще ги оставя по дефолт. Тук оставям current value, някаква текуща стойност, която и към момента ползваме, а именно тези 4 реда. Казвайки ОК, ето създадох параметър, тук ми се зареди. И това ми е стойността, която вече имаме. И тази стъпка е ето тук на ниво Remove Top Rows. И в опцията Remove Top Rows ще редактирам малко, като за целта ще кажа, искам да използвам параметъра и виждате как query-то автоматично ми зарежда нашия параметър. Ние де факто нямаме друг към момента, затова е общо взето доста лесно. Nice. И по този начин казвайки ОК. Сега ето какво се случва. Ако тук го сменя на Remove Top 2 реда, тук автоматично виждате имам проблем заради ето тази стъпка последната, защото не намира същите имена на колоните, но примерно махам първите 2 реда и виждате какво се случва. Ако тук го върна на служи първите 3 реда, ето вижте какво импортираме в този случай. Така. Това е най-грубо, най-бейсик, най-общо за използването на параметри. Нали, такова супер бейсик. Създаваш параметри и как го вкарваме в някаква заявка. Това ще го затворя и ще отида на следващото ни примерче вече, което имаме, а именно как се създава такава custom function и как можем да я използваме. При custom function имате малко много сложна презентация съм направила. Така, имаме малко по-завъртяна идея. Сега пак по същата логика от преди малко. Представете си, че правиме експорт от някъде и данните като цяло имат една и съща структура. обикновено при експортите. И в повечето случаи, да речем, обработваме един и същи тип данни, само че са за различен период, нали, с различни стойности. Тогава можем да вземем един от файловете, които обработваме, чрез него да го обработим, да извършим съответните стъпки там, които са ни необходими и това нещо да го запазим като функция. Тази функция вече можем да я използваме за екстрактването на данните от другите еднотипни файлове, които са. И всъщност сега ще видим как става това цялото нещо. Again, start Excel от начало. Пускаме си Excel-а. Сега, тук имаме няколко начина да свършим тази работа. И един от начините е импортирам Excel, отново CSV файл. Като кажа импортирай от CSV файл, пак ще навигирам до същите файлове, за които ставаше въпрос преди малко. Това ще бъдат. Взимам си априлския. И започваме да го обработваме. Тази стъпка не ни трябва. Тук ще използвам друг метод. Няма да казвам махни първите топ, еди колко си реда. Ще кажа махни тези, които са бланк. По този начин ще филтрирам първите няколко реда. Задавам първия ред като заглавен. Окей, нека да седи в този формат, както е подаден. Изглежда доста добре. И това цялото нещо всъщност решавам, че ще го конвертирам като функция. Ще кажа create function тук. И тази функция ще е кръстя function get CSV files. Това цялото нещо. Ако погледнете как изглежда кода на това нещо от този сорт е създадено. Сега тук в момента реферира точно към този файл, което малко по-късно ще променим, нали, и ще го апдейтна по някакъв начин. Ще видите не чрез функция, а чрез динамични параметри. Но тук бонуса ми е, последната стъпка, която сме направили, е, че трябва да сменим типа на данните. И сега, ако се върна в изходния файл, това ми е наистина бонус, решавам, че няма да правя тази стъпка, нали? Решавам, че искам да го ставя без промяна на типовете данни. Идвайки тук, в функцията, виждате как последната стъпка също така я няма и в функцията, т.е. редактирайки файла, това автоматично ми се отразява, че при някаква промяна, нали, на данните, то това нещо ще работи перфектно. Сега, как я използвам тази функция обаче? За да я използвам по този начин да бъдат обработвани всички файлове, които се намират в онази папка. Първо ще заредя това само като конекция. И сега само да покажа как изглеждат тези файлове. Грубо отварям някакъв друг месец, предния август. Вижте, че те имат същия тип данни. И сега само ще кажем, окей, дай ми данните, които се намират от тази папка. Папката е тази. Тоест правя конекция към фолдър в момента. Дърпам тези данни. Казвам трансформирай. Чудовата. И сега, ето това са ни всъщност данните и аз трябва да го кажа да обработя тези данни. Първо ще филтрирам тук да хвана само екселските файлове. И след това ще трябва да създам ще трябва да кажа чрез тази функция да дръпне тези данни. Сега тук обаче към момента няма да сработи толкова хубаво, поради нашата функция, която имаме тук. Само да ви покажа кода отново. Реферира точно към файла, който се казва съответно април и еди как си. Ако взема, нали, това ни е файл контента, където всъщност в файл контента седи пътя до целия файл плюс името на файла. Сега, ако на това място тук, евентуално, което имаме, мога по някакъв начин да сложа тези данни, които всъщност при импорта на данните от папка имам името на файла и имате и пътя до съответния файл. То ще опитам да създам, тук малко импровизирам, сега си го измислям това нещо, искам да ви кажа. Създаваме една нова колона, която да ми носи тая информация. Folder path and name. Какво ще получа тук? Тая е много хубава работа. Сега обаче как да вкарам тая много хубава работа в нашата функция? Ще ни е малко тегаво. За сега ще го оставя. Това ще го направя малко по-късно при динамичните параметри, защото тук сега на този етап няма да се получи. Вече функцията, която ми трябва, сега ще се създаде една нова колона. Ето я тук и отдолу имаме съответно месец. Нали, малко по-късно ще видим как ще си чете за всеки един месец. Така. Това е най-общо в момента. Сега ще го сложа тук. В някакъв basic вариант. Но използване на функция в basic вариант. Сега, да ви покажа варианта с динамичните параметри, казах ви, че ще използвам една функция, която е писана от Ken и ще видите как я имплементирам нея. За целта обаче ще създам една друга кастъм функция по малко по-трики начин, ще го нарека, с който да мога да дърпам името на файла и името на и пътя съответно до този файл. И всъщност сега ще видим как става цялото това нещо и ще комбинираме предишната информация, която събрахме чрез custom function плюс тези динамични параметри. Сега тук съм си направила един пищов. Само да го намеря къде ми е. Ами това ми е функцията, ама дали това ми трябваше? Тук ми е пищова. Така. И сега стартирам аз Excel. И първата ни задача е да създам тази функция, която щърпа от една табличка, която ще си направя локално на моя Excel файл. И така, стартирам от blank query. Кода за тази функция за клинанието, както му казваме, е ето тази част тук. И просто го пействам в едно blank query. Това нещо ще го кръстим function get file path. Така реших да го кръстя. И това е единственото нещо, което имам в момента. Nice. Сега, след малко ще отворя функцията, за да преведа какво гласи това заклинание, но за да работи цялото нещо, ви трябва една таблица, екселска, която, така е писано, която трябва да я кръстим parameters. Разбира се, може да смените името, но това ще трябва да смените и в кода. Това име. Тук трябва да кръстим тази колона параметър, а тази колона трябва да я кръстим value. Value. И така, параметъра, който използвам тук, всъщност ще ми дава информацията за къде се намира съответния файл. Тоест, аз първо трябва да запазя файла. Сега ще го запазя при моите CSV файлове. Просто си носи съответно същото име. Ето тук ще го кръстя All Files. Nice. Така. Името на параметъра си го измислям аз. My file path. Естествено. Пътя, с който ще си взема данните, е една обикновена екселска формулка, супер basic, е тази. Имаме функция cell file name. Има и една друга, значи това ми е, само да ви покажа, cell и тук ви излизат различни опции, нали, какво искам да дръпна като име на клетка до име на файл и така нататък. В случай ще ползвам cell file name, но като цяло имате и една функция info, която може да дръпне директорията. Драмата тук е, че по някаква причина не винаги се апдейтва тая функция. И съответно в този случай ползвам тая магия, просто казвам от цялото пътя и името на файла ми дръпни само пътя до съответните данни и това ще ми бъде общо взето параметричната табличка, което ще рече, че всеки път, когато аз преместя този файл, както в случая съм го сложила в папката с данните, там ще ми е много лесно да динамично да мога да променям местоположението съответно на тези данни. И сега правим импортиране на данни от фолдър. Като данните в този случай ще бъдат CSV файлове. Ето така. Действам го тук. Казваме редактирай. И лекичко ще пипнем тези файлове. Сега това са ми файловете. Тук казвам, искам да гледам само CSV-тата. Така, и сега тук имам името на файла. И имаме пътя на файла. И сега ще създам една колона. Не, аз създавам сега глупости. Ей, тук в source всъщност. Ето го това цялото нещо, което се случва. Всъщност тук това искам да, в случай, че изпратя файла на някого или цялото решение, искам това нещо да се променя динамично. И всъщност тук е момента, в който аз ще кажа да използвам тази функция, която е function get file path и име на пътя, името на променливата всъщност, която носи информацията за пътя, я кръстихме my file path, това, което е в A2. И в кавички казвам my file path. Така. Nice. Очевидно работи. Щом никъде се изчупи към момента, значи до момента работи. Супер. И сега, как да направя така, че тук да използвам съответно, да обработим съответно данните, които имаме и съответно тези данни по същия начин да бъдат да се обработват динамично. Нали? Тук да ми дърпа съответно съдържанието, според зависимост от името и според зависимост от пътя, нали, до който се намира това нещо. Ами за целта, тук първо ще направя само connection, да не ми ги листва всичките. В това отново ще взема един от тези файлове. Ще го обработя набързо, но ще използвам една друга технология за обработката му. за да го превърна в функция. Значи, същите стъпчици, тук на бързичко кликам, задавам първи ред, тук дори ще го оставя така да променя типа на данните и това ще го кръстя function my, как пък всичките ги кръщам по един същия начин, function my ID месец. Сега как да го направя на функция? Ето тук в Advanced Editor, нали, тук първото нещо е да си сменим, хубаво да ни взима файл пътя. Само че след малко, защото тук пък ще трябва да ми сменя и името на файла. Но аз ето тук отгоре ще създам променлива, всъщност, което ще ми направи динамично цялото нещо. И променливата съм е кръстила, за да знаете после като си вземете данните, е това отдолу. Последното файл пат равно и знак за сравнение, това ще ми генерира променливата. И всъщност добавям аз тази променлива тук, копирам това нещо и сега ще го пейсна ето тук. Честата ми трябваше ли да бе в кавички? Не. Там въпросът е дали може да ми вземе правилния файл. Така. Да, създадохме прекрасна тая функция. И сега идвам тук и ще му кажа да ми дърпа. Тук драмата при този подход е, че за съжаление няма как лесно да редактирам някоя стъпка, както направих по-рано, и това нещо автоматично да ми се отрази в функцията, която съм създала. Трябва да влизате и освен през Advanced Editor, няма друг начин за редакция, или разбира се да премахнете параметъра и оттам нататък да работим на принципа на обикновени данни, пак после го конвъртате като параметр. Сега идвам тук и ще създам една custom колона, която да ползва тази моята функция. Ще остава бясно custom. Тук ще кажа function my month и тук искам да изградя всъщност файла, откъде да взима. Това ми е нашия път и ще го комбинирам с нашето име. И една цялата красота вече ми се даде таблици. Като вижте, първата е за април, втората е някъде в август, декември, февруари. Найс, красота. От тук махам останалите колони. Това го листвам и това всъщност може да го използвате за импорт на каквито се сетите CSV файлове, като ще трябва да редактирате последната стъпка, защото при нея имаме експандване на колоните, имат кретни имена. Ако искате да работи за вашите файлове, за вашите CSV файлове, тогава тази стъпка ще я махна. Каквото и да се получи от тук, трябва да правите експанд. Друго специфично, което имаме тук, File Editor. Не, това ще си остане същото. И съответно тук, ако имате някакви други неща да импортирате, но да, това всъщност прави импорт на CSV файл и първия ред го прави заглавен. Тук може да си премахнете стъпката, която сменя типа на данните също, за да ви работи чудесно. Това е едно универсално решение за импорт на файлове от папка, които са CSV и съответно ще може да работи за всякакви CSV файлчета, които решавате да ползвате. Сега, следващото ми примерче, то тук почти всичките неща красиви си изказах, но следващото ми примерче е свързано с едно решение, което правихме преди време. Това е за обработка на данни, които са от един кол-център. Задачата ни беше, това за пореден път вече го анонсиран, толкова отдавна го правихме, но просто ми е симпатично, защото по различни методи, нали, трябваше да действаме. Тогава става въпрос за следното нещо. Тук имаме няколко файла, които са така наречените логнати файлове, няколко, които са клоузнати файлове, няколко, това са просто различни структури файлове, outstanding. И тук имаме един файл, който се казва performance. И идеята е да импортираме всичките тези файлове, съответно да изградим един модел от тях и съответно да ги използваме. Сега грубо отварям един с клоузнатите кейсове, които са, и то изглежда горе-долу така, като логнатите кейсове изглеждат малко по-различно. Примерно втората колона им е празна. Ето тук имаме празна колона и малко повече колони. Както и outstanding кейсовете пък е с по-малък брой колони. И този последния, това са outstanding кейсове, и този последния, който е performance analysis, данните при него са по шитове. И идеята ми тук е да ви покажа цялостно изграждане на модел, като импортирам трите типа данни, нали, логнати, клоузнати и outstanding. Четвъртите данни ще се конектнем към екселски файл, но ще подбираме месеца, който е спрямо сегашния, но е по-скоро да гледаме сегашната дата, но да вземем данните от предходния месец. Нали? Това ще ни е задача. Аз ще опитам да кликам бързо, защото предния път, като им показвах това, за съжаление не ми стигна много времето, но мисля, че сега имам достатъчно време и ще използвам абсолютно всички неща, които направихме към момента, така че първата ми работа е да се пази файла с Power BI и ще украся SQL Plovdiv 2020. Ще си направя параметричната табличка първо. Параметърс. Ще я кръстя, разбира се, параметър. Файл пак. И тук параметъра ще го кръстя SQL Plovdiv. А тук ще си го копна отново това цялото нещо, за да ми е лесна тачката до някъде. Да, ето тук отгоре искам да си го копна бурянки. Това ми е първата част. Save. Следващата част ми е да си създам. Тук в случая няма първо това, второ това, просто така реших, нали, 1, 2, но може и да размените. Първата ми част е да взема тази магия тук. И да си направя, както вече казахме, параметричната заявчица, която да дърпа съответния get файл name. Ще го кръстим. Nice, и не правим само конекция. Станаха. Добре. Това ми е първата част, общо взето. Следващата част е да направя конекция към различните файлове и за целта първо ще направя 3 функции. Първата функция ще обработва логнатите кейсове. Втората функция ще обработва клоузнатите. Третата ще обработва outstanding-а. И съответно после направо ще ги използвам. Сега, ето ми ги стъпките. Първо правя един филтър тук да не е бланк. Тук махам тази колона. И зареждам първия ред да е заглавен. Ще махна това да не е тип. И това ще го кръстим. Да. Само, че искам да е функция. Function. Да. fn get log. И така да го направя като функция. Идваме тук, казахме, и омагиосваме тая магия тук с тази файл пат, което да го напиша, ама някакси ми се струва по-лесно да го копи-пейстна. И взимаме този файл контент, ето така цялата му. Paste. Общо взето цялата презентация се гради на едно copy-paste, дето казва. Следващото нещо, което импортира, значи това, което обработих е логнатите, сега ще взема клоузнатите. И правим същите стъпки. Махам този филтър, филтрирам по планк, създавам заглавен ред. Край не го тествах как мога да си взема стъпките от тук и да ги приложа тук. Function get close и го правим на file path. Отворена скоба, затворена скоба, равно. Такива магии трябва да пише се. Copy. И тествам това е така. Не трябва да ви е в кавички, това си е просто параметр, който създавам в момента. И правя същото упражнение. Time that се казвам. Те са общо взето лесни неща тези. Предното CSV файлче. Но просто са различни структури и съответно се налагат различна обработка при тях, нали, която имаме. Филтрирам тук, ето тук пак махам тази колона, тук пак зареждам първия ред, махам стъпките, която прави това и тук ще го кръстя get out. Много добре прозвуча и остана да го параметризираме това нещо. Айде. Файл пата, пази ли ми се? Да, но да. И това цялото нещо взимам. Заедно с това е готиното, че тук може да си конструираме и името на пътя. Найс, готови сме. От тук ползна ето имам 4 функции, името по пътя на съответните данни. Това всъщност ще го ползвам в импорта from folder, а другите данни, които ще ползваме за импорта на файлове, които са по папки. И така е първи импорт from folder. Първо импортираме тези. Сега тук не мога да разберем активно, сигурно нещо друго трябва да правим. Не ми трябва този файл път. Сега ще ползваме тая магия тук. Взимам целият път, пействам го тук. Редактирам. Малко филтър ще ми трябва, защото аз правя конекция към целия фолдър, но тук трябва да кажа, вземи само CSV-тата, които започват с или съдържат по-точно, съдържат лог. И останаха точно тези двата файла, които на нас не трябват. И сега тук е момента всъщност да ползвам ето тази функция, в която да взема името на файла и пътя до съответния файл. И съответно ще използвам една нова функция, колонка. И ще кажа, дай ми сега обработката за логнатите файлове, като ползваме пътя от този фолдър и го конкатенирам с името му. И това всъщност сами логнатите файлове, ето ги отдолу. Красотия. Както се казва, разкошотия. Премахвам другите колони, зареждам това и това сега ще го сложа в модела, само като конекция. Only create connection, add this data to the data model, но тук трябваше да го преименувам, че това са ми логнати файлове. Сега е момент, защото после ще стане мазало. Това са load files. И всъщност това, което трябва да направим тук е, че вижте, сорса все още е този път, за който говоря, нали, последния да затвори вратата. Идеята тук е да ползваме функцията, която ми е function getFileName, значи така си го кръстихме, така че това цялото нещо го сменяме с function getFileName. И тук в FileName ми трябва това, което ми е като параметър в табличката SQL Plovdiv. В кавички SQL Plovdiv. Брех работи, поне така изглежда. Ето е тая красота. Чудна птица. Найс. Сега, тук ще направя следното нещо. Ще копирам тази заявка. Ще кръстя клоузнатите. То не е точно така, майде. Сорс ми е същия, само че филтърът тук на втория филтър няма да е с логнати кейсове, ами ще трябва да са с клоузнати кейсове. Така, 4 са. Add custom column, супер, само че тук не трябва да е get logged, а трябва да е get closed. Нали? Remove other columns и сега като експанднем, боже каква красота. Duplicate на this. Сорса ни е същия, това ни е същото, само че тук няма да са клознатите, ми ще са тези, които са out. Упс, нещо. Майче outstanding бяха не се. Какво? Да, трябва, много сме case sensitive, както се казва, трябва да е out, не да е out малко, трябва да си е голямото out. Тук сме get out. Така, ето красотията и тук. Само дето този expand time не ми харесва много, защото са малко по-различни имената на колоните. Това трябва да го кръстим out files. Просто ще ги пусна. Ето тук expand просто е малко по-различен за различните колони. Имам някакви бланк. По-сигурно просто do it again. Така, и сега идва тънката част, нали, която вече споменах, само да close and load на това, само ще го зареда като конекция в модела. Три файлчета имаме красота, разкрутия още веднъж и сега идва момента, в който трябва да импортираме оня файл, който е по шитове. Той е екселски файл и той се казва performance, бла-бла-бла. Аз това нещо опитах да го демонстрирам преди обяд за Словения. Естествено се издъних там, ама тук имах време да го потренирам по-като хората, за да не се излагам и тук, разбира се. Така, това ми е стъпката. Това ми са... Аз ще го кръстя това... By sheet, разбира се. Да ми е лесно. Разбира се, тук в сорса отново имаме тази наша красота. Аз ще го копна и от тук, за да не го пиша наново. Разбира се, търся ето това нещо в source. Function getFile Plovdiv. Ето тук трябва да го вмъкнем. Найс. Да. Да, трябваше тук да си запази това. Ми трябва името на файла, защото това ми дърпа само името на папката. And е тая... Аре, не ме излагай повече. Не. Да, тук трябва да затворя скобата, тук не трябва да имам скоба, друга гадост. Добре. Стана. Така. Сега, от тук избирам си един произволен шит, примерно януари, кликам си на дейтата на януари, махам тези двата стъпки, остана navigation, нали, който е. И сега тук ми трябва една екстра стъпка. Слагам си я ръчно. Вмъквам една такава екстра стъпка, в която тя в момента се казва custom, нали. Аз ще напиша формула, която да дърпа тези съответно месеца, който ми е необходим. И по този начин ще създам един параметр. И сега, месеца, който търся, аз ще се опитам първо да напиша тази формула, за да демонстрирам повече така скил, но има вероятност и да я объркам, така че ще започна така. Функция класическа date. Какво има при нея? Имаме година, имаме месец, тя си е като екселската. Имаме и ден. Само че за да ги ползвам тези година, месец, ден, това цялото нещо ще получа някаква дата, нали, която в случая ще искам да дърпам текущата дата. Само че аз мисля, че доста сложно го правя, но да видим сега. Ще пробвам нещо, което сега се сещам. Date.localNow. Това трябва да ми даде днешната дата. И тя има такива параметри. Барабар с часа. Сега, от това нещо, мисля, че мога да дръпна date.month name. От това цялото нещо. Трябва да видим дали мога. Оп, дръпна го и то на декември. Ето го. И то е текущия. И сега обаче аз искам, значи това ми е идеята, нали, да използвам днешната дата, но за да върна точно един месец назад, ще трябва да използвам тази функция, която е с малко по-complicated и да, ще си я копирам и ще се опитам да я обясня, нали, просто за по-лесно. Идеята е, пак ще ми върне същото нещо, това път трябва да ми върне всъщност точно така декември, но сега опитвам да преведа малко, нали. Така, какво имам тук? Мисля, че се вижда. Така, date функцията има три аргумента. Първият аргумент е годината, ето това до тук, после това е месеца, за който ви говорих, после накрая това е деня, за който говорих. И през цялото време извличаме от днешната дата, това е today се едно, по-скоро now, нали, което е. И по този начин, де факто, сформирам една дата, която ми казва на днешната година, на днешния месец и за днешния ден. И цялото това нещо форматирам да ми показва деня, нали. Всъщност магията е тук да извада едно, за да върна с един месец назад. И тук просто казвам -1. И сега трябва да въведа ето го в ноември. Кръща. Това е стъпка 1. Кръщавам тази стъпка My Date. Сега, този шит обаче, тук тази стъпка вече ще се щупи, защото в момента тя реферира към My Date, пък аз искам да си взима данните от Source. Така че тук това трябва да стане source. И ето е магията. Не искаме да дърпаме от януари, а искаме да дърпаме от my date. И тая красота всъщност тук. Оп, дърпа от съответния месец, в случая за ноември. Махнете 5 стъпки. Това е стъпка, която ще кръстя previous month sheet. И от тук започвам да обработвам тези данни, за да стане като таблица и да го вкарам в модела по същия начин. Тук имам малко стъпчици. Първо трансформирам данните. След това тук това са различни категории, които искам да използвам, така че ще ги пусна надолу. Ще промотирам първия ред. Тук ще филтрирам малко неща гранд тотали, които да виждам по... Това са различни приоритети. Друго какво искам да направя? Май това са, тук това са ми категории някакви. Категории. И този акаунт са едни приоритети, които сега ще направя unpivot other columns. И по този начин си дръпнах хубаво данните. Сега тук имам някакви събтотали по-надолу, не ги виждате хубаво. Ще сега как изглежда модела до момента. Всъщност, обърнете внимание, че всички тези таблици, които импортирам, са един вид факт таблици. И за да направя магията за връзки между съответните факт таблици, ще трябва да си създам dimension. И то не е какви да са всички на базата, на които критерии искам да правя анализ. Едното от изискванията там беше да имаме анализ по клиент, в случая колонта company, която я виждаме навсякъде в тези три файла ги имате. Другото беше приоритет, навсякъде има приоритет. Така че сега ще създам две dimension таблици на базата на тези, които съществуват. По същия начин динамично. За целта използвам append функцията тук и генерирам много бързо. Трябват ми тези три логнати, клознати и аутстендингите, които са. Така. От тук в момента всички, навсякъде къмпането се казва по един и същи начин, като име на колоната. Какво търся тук? Remove other duplicates търся. И това са ми клиентите всъщност. Махам бланковете, разбира се. И това ще окръстя Dim Clients. Копирам тая магия. Копирам я. Ще кръста Dim Priority тук. Само ще смена колоната. Да, ето тук от този Remove Other Columns искам да оставя само приоритета. И again имаме Remove Duplicate. Като тук ще изключваме No, нямаме бланк. Nice. Пускаме това нещо в модела. Това път много време свършва. И само ми остана да ви конектна тези таблици. Ето ние нашата красота. Така. Взимаме си приоритета. Тека ми е това другото сега тук. Ето го. И си взимам и клиентите. Тук баше нямаме клиенти. Те се използваха за друго там. Това е summary за всички клиенти, колкото не се лъжа. Това ми е всичко и от тук вече правим красотата с анализа и нов лист. Какво анализирахме тук? Искахме да гледаме по клиент, например, броя на постъпилите и обработени. Тези са обработените колове, тези са постъпилите. Значи това е лог. Върнах. Като се казва, по същия начин, как да разбера? Ми изглежда повече постъпили, те са close. Все тая, нали? Не е толкова кой знае какво. Но това беше идеята и другата красота, която имаме тук, имаме едно priority, по което вече можем да пуснем един слайсър. Дразни там. При сечи сме му казали без бланк. То може да е бланк в това. Данните. Така и вече ги правим анализ по клиенти с съответния приоритет. Нали? Проблеми. Така нататък. Така, това беше от мен като цяло и с моята тематика. Аз отново казвам, че данните използвах заедно с рецептича в страницата на SQLSaturday Plovdiv, за да можете да си ги изтеглите оттам и да разгледате детайлно кода, който използвах. Сега, ако има въпроси, съм на линия, само да видя тук нещо. Question. Никой не ми отговори днес. Ако няма приятен уикенд, аз отивам да празнувам, че съм на рожден ден.
Благодаря много за участието за лекция.
Благодаря и аз. Хубава вечер ви желая и успех. Весело.
Някой от присъстващи, ако има въпроси?
Нещата тогава ще излязат въпросите явно. Но можете лесно да ме намерите като цяло в Google, така че в случай, че имате въпроси, не се притеснявайте да сме в контакт.
Добре, благодарим.
Благодарим, всичко добро, чао.
Чао.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those first. This approach has kept our company culture strong, whether at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative, from TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
Vale.